We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all teams are not created equal.
To America, this is baseball's royalty.
From New York, pinstripes. From New England, red, white, and blue.
This may be the greatest rivalry in sport.
A legacy of legends, moments treasured by millions.
Where a commoner becomes a king. Till today, the Bo Sox and the Yankees had never met outside the United States.
For the first time in history, the Bronx, Fenway, give way to the UK.
In a land of pomp, pageantry, pubs, and today, a man-made pitch.
Where this sport chases its history across 3 centuries.
Balls, bats, power.
A kingdom of cricket and rounders, Shakespeare and monarchs.
The Diamond in June greets 2 of Major League Baseball's crown jewels.
London calling. This is gonna be fun.
The Red Sox, the Yankees, on Fox.
If you could all look right here, please.
We welcome you to the MLB on Fox pregame show presented by Geico. Special thanks to the stars of Men in Black International. It's in theaters now nationwide. Great look at the Tower Bridge in London, one of the iconic sites in this great city where baseball visits for the first time ever. And Aaron Judge, who missed a couple of months with injury, back now for the Yankees. They're in first place in the American League East with a 7-game lead over the Rays. Red Sox 9 games back, but playing better in June. 3rd best in the American League in the month with a 15-10 record. And Rick Porcello will throw the first pitch ever in Europe for a baseball game. Pretty cool. Welcome to our set down the first base line. That's right. Look who I've got, the Hall of Famer, the Big Hurt, Frank Thomas. A-Rod, Alex Rodriguez is here, and I'm Kevin Burkhardt. And so when you talk about history, first time baseball is in Europe, in the UK, in London. But they send their A game here with the Yankees and the Red Sox, Alex.
You know, kudos to Rob Manfred, Hal Steinbrenner, and John Henry. They absolutely did. Is a word of iconic in history. I mean, the tickets are hot. You're talking about an iconic city like London with their 2 best teams. It's going to be awesome, and you cannot find a ticket in this town.
And this is a historical moment for Major League Baseball. But I don't know about you guys, but did you feel the energy in the national anthem?
Yeah.
So well done, and we got a little charge like a soccer crowd, a football crowd they call it here, but that was totally amazing. I felt the urgency and the energy.
Yeah, it's different for a game in June, right? I mean,
yes, it is. Unbelievable.
Alex said Olympics certainly has a postseason feel. Everyone's standing, ready to go. You know, and 70% of the tickets here were sold here in London, so I'm sure there's plenty of travelers from the States, but there's going to be a great flavor here for this game. And I'm curious, when you look at the game, look, this is a soccer pitch, okay? They brought over turf from France. They brought over dirt and clay from the U.S. They built this field on top of the pitch, so they had to construct it, Frank. And what do you think is going to be interesting in terms of the field here?
It's a great looking field for one, but these 2 power-hitting ball clubs, I can't wait to watch this ball game because there will be some balls leaving the ballpark tonight.
Alex, what strikes you about this here when you look at the dimensions?
Maybe there'll be 3 things you've never seen before. There's about an acre of foul territory. Second to that is Oakland. Second thing you'll see is center field is the shortest center field of any Major League Baseball park. And third, right over home plate, the catwalk is as low as any, way lower than Tropicana Field in Tampa.
So does it change your approach? I mean, everybody's trying to hit home runs now anyway, Frank, but does it change your approach if you're a hitter because center field is so close?
Tonight, it should make everyone a better hitter. It's 385 in straight center. Line the baseball up center field, and you will have a better hitting performance. Watch out. It's going to be a great ball game with a lot of offense.
My 2 home run hitters are salivating over that. That's for sure. Masahiro Tanaka gets the start. Yankees and Red Sox, Joe Buck and John Smoltz have the call from London next.
Today, history will be made when America's greatest rivalry travels to London. Shakespeare famously wrote, "All the world's a stage." Soon, the curtain will come up on baseball's greatest actors.
To be or not to be?
That is the question.
What's in a name?
Uneasy lies the head that wears the crown.
Line, please.
Shall I do another?
Take 2.
Shall I compare thee to a summer's day?
Who writes this stuff?
Beware the Ides of March.
Or October?
What's in a name?
How was that?
Well, thespians, they're not. Once the lights come up, these stars will leave you screaming for an encore. Enjoy the show.
All right, let's get to it. Welcome to MLB on Fox London Series presented by Tide. It is hot in the city of London. There's a lot of electricity in the stands. Fans are packed in. And the best thing you can say about this, it just feels like Major League Baseball. And that's to MLB's credit and the attitude, I would say, of these two teams. And now welcome inside the broadcast booth, kind of, not really a broadcast booth. I'm Joe Buck, along with the Hall of Famer John Smoltz. And this does feel like an MLB game. I think that's the best thing you can say. And not only is there excitement with the fans, I really sense that the players are excited about being here.
Yeah, absolutely. In spring training, they knew that this was coming in June. Baseball players are creatures of habit. So this is a little bit different. But I guarantee you they understand the opportunity to bring baseball here. And it might be awkward. It might be different. They'll never forget it. And, oh, yeah, they get to play baseball.
Yeah, and let's talk about baseball now. You've got the Yankees who are absolutely red hot. They've gone on this tear where they've won 11 out of 12. And they're sitting on top by a wide margin now of the AL East. The Red Sox come into this game 9 games behind the Yankees. This is a big 2 games, pomp and circumstance aside, for Boston.
It really is. And as crazy as the schedule brought them here, might be the break that Boston needs to get going, because the Red Sox, everything that they did last year was perfect. It worked. Well, for the Yankees this year, everything they're doing is working. The Red Sox are hoping to disrupt that a little bit here with these 2 games, 9 games back.
Well, nice enough to join us before the first pitch is the manager of the Boston Red Sox, Alex Cora, with Ken Rosenthal.
Thanks, Joe. Alex, the team met with Prince Harry and Meghan Markle before the game. What was that like?
I got to be honest with you. In between instructions and be polite and say the right things, I was very, very nervous. I haven't felt this nervous in a while, but it was a great moment for the team, for the organization, and we were pleased to have it in the clubhouse.
You've been a big believer in international play. What can baseball accomplish with this series?
I mean, this is something that is going to be special, not only this year, but upcoming years. You see the atmospheres. I think the players are embracing the whole thing. Obviously, in a few minutes, it's back to business and play the game. But I think we can open up some doors. This is great. We're having a blast.
Speaking of business, you guys are 9 games in back of the Yankees. How important is this series simply from a baseball perspective?
It's very important. We've been talking about playing consistent baseball. We haven't done it the whole season. We get a chance to start doing it here in London.
Alex, thank you. Good luck.
No, thank you.
Joe, back to you.
All right, Kenny, thank you. And thanks to Alex for stopping by before this big game against his rival, and the Red Sox rival, the Yankees. Here's New York's lineup. They started with DJ LeMahieu, their MVP so far. Aaron Judge, Gary Sanchez, what a year he's had with the power. In the middle, Voit Gregorius is back. Encarnacion traded to the Yankees. Aaron Hicks, Gleyber Torres, and Brett Gardner is in left, batting 9th. Against the right-hander, Rick Porcello. 6'5", 205. He is 30 years old, and he is a guy that year in and year out, John, gives, whether it's the Detroit Tigers, the Boston Red Sox, all he's got, and somebody who can absolutely be counted on for innings pitched.
Yeah, the one thing that Rick Porcello is trying to get back on track, along with the rest of his teammates on the mound, is the pitching for the Boston Red Sox has not been exactly where they would like it. And if they clean that up, the rest of the season, look for them to be a weapon again in the postseason.
Fired that first pitch strike coming into this game. He said, I'm grateful to make history with this first pitch. It was a strike, but now he gives up a hit into right. DJ LeMahieu has hit now in 13 straight, and for a guy who won a batting title with the Rockies, he signs with the New York Yankees, and all he's done is hit in the AL.
He's done that. He did that with the Colorado Rockies in the National League, but he's provided a consistency at the plate with his average and power, which this Yankee team is filled with power. coming into this series, everybody was kind of wondering how this power will be displayed in a rather smaller ballpark than the typical ballpark in the U.S.
Big swing and a miss by Aaron Judge, batting with one on and nobody out. Judge is hitting .286, playing in just his 26th game after missing basically 2 months with a strained left oblique. He skies one into center, and how far will it carry, and can anybody see it? It is Bradley making the grab, and that was anything but routine. John, you were referencing the dimensions of this playing field. Down the lines, it's 330, but that center field wall is protected a bit by that 16-foot wall height, but it's only 385 feet from home plate.
Yeah, and for those who don't follow this game regularly, pitchers would love to keep the ball in center field, because in the traditional ballparks, that's where the deepest part of the park is. Well, not the case here, so keeping the ball in center field, especially against the Yankees lineup, will not produce success. Typically, you get that success in most of the American ballparks.
1 on, 1 out. And the batter is Gary Sanchez, who takes a strike.
Just for reference, there are 4 smaller ballparks than this one. This is not the smallest. There's the Cubs, the Red Sox, the Cincinnati Reds, and Philadelphia Phillies have a smaller square footage than this beautiful park that they've put together here in London.
And we'll get into that as this game progresses. That one rides up and in. 1 ball, 1 strike. Luke Voit is on deck. Porcello is trying to get his team back in the dugout and see if they can get to work against the right-hander Tanaka.
Well, it's going to be super important for Porcello throughout this game to stay ahead of the Yankees hitters. They are the most dominant team when they're ahead in the count, meaning the favorable count. And they've got a all-time record games in a row with a home run. They've hit a ton of home runs on the year, and this is a roster that has been decimated by injury. So it's not your classic team that left spring training with the names that were penciled in. They've had to do it with so many other people.
Sanchez, number 2 in the American League, with his home run total of 23 to his new teammate Encarnacion. That's strike 2. Yankees recently added 3 guys to a first place lineup that hit 97 home runs last year. The trade for Encarnacion from Seattle, and then the return of Giancarlo Stanton. He's back out with a knee injury, should cost him about a month. And then, of course, Aaron Judge. Foul back, and what a rip by Sanchez. Covering the bases, sponsored by State Farm, as we're just getting settled in here in London Stadium. And talking about home runs, a new record for the New York Yankees, an MLB record, homering in 29 straight games. And over that stretch, 53 total home runs by 14 players. Gary Sanchez leading the way for the Yankees, the guy at the plate with 8. Here's a 2-2. Fouled back.
Yeah, Porcello needs to get the ball up higher than that. That's where Sanchez is vulnerable. He has covered the breaking ball a lot better this year. Used to be able to get him out, down and away. You see he tries to elevate the ball and just gets the bat to the bottom half of that ball and fouls it off.
Any sense that this is a stadium filled with people who know nothing about the game of baseball, I think, is erroneous. Here's the next, and that's up and away. Obviously, there's some education going on with those who haven't seen a Major League Baseball game, but there are a lot of Yankee fans in attendance. There are a lot of Red Sox fans in attendance. This place has been loud over the last hour as they've been introducing the lineups and energizing the crowd. I get the sense there are a lot more baseball fans here than people thought would be here. Runner is going on ball 4, up and in, and it's 2 on, 1 out. Ken Rosenthal is with us down in the dugout area. And Ken, tell us about the ticket sales for this game.
Well, Joe, baseball officials say 70% of the tickets were purchased by residents of the United Kingdom. but they acknowledge that some of those residents are U.S. expatriates. So it's certainly possible that you have some Yankee and Red Sox fans living in England who are at this game who are from America. But from a baseball perspective, the people who are organizing this event don't mind, because those fans, of course, are bringing a unique energy to this game.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. 2 on, 1 out, and the batter is Luke Voit. Pops it up right side. There's a ton of foul territory here, and still running is Chavis, and he missed it. There's more foul territory here than any ballpark in the big leagues, and while in just about any other stadium, maybe with the exception Oakland, that's well back into the seats. But here in London, look how far Chavis had to run, and he just flat out missed it.
Yeah, and for a lot of people, they may not understand, how could you miss this ball? Well, traveling that distance for a first baseman is unusual, and he's learning that position as he is newly indoctrinated into this game. And I think the biggest thing here is there's a commonplace in everybody's during the year. You're familiar with everything that you go to, and this is a little different. They'll learn on the spot, and asking each manager, as they said, we'll talk to our guys, but they'll just have to know to be in the right spots and to not stop, keep running.
That is outside. 2 balls and a strike. You see the comparison of the square footage of the foul territory. There's so much room between the baselines and the stands. I mean, it's obviously a world of difference here, so don't stop running. Here's a 2-1 pitch, and that's ripped into left field. Voit has delivered for the Yankees. LeMahieu digs around third. Going to second is Sanchez into third, and at second with a double for an RBI is Luke Voit, as he's put the Yankees on top here in London, 1-0.
Well, that's the season in a nutshell for the Yankees, and the season in a nutshell so far for the Red Sox. Pop-up foul ball that could have been an out gave Voit another chance, and he has been outstanding with runners in scoring position, as has the entire team for the New York Yankees. And they jump out early here in London with the first RBI.
So obviously MLB history with every first, and the first run batted in belongs to Luke Voit. But a pickup by general manager Brian Cashman from the Cardinals last year. He's been terrific. Here's Gregorius. Swings through that one, strike 1. Just the 16th game for Didi, coming back from the Tommy John surgery, and he is a much needed left-handed bat in this Yankee lineup. Runner at third is Sanchez. You see Voit at second, and that's up and in.
What he's trying to do is pitch Didi up and close to the plate, because that is harder for him to lift the ball in the air. And then, of course, with the shift, they're going to concede a run more than likely, unless it's hit super hard, because Sanchez doesn't run great at third, and he'll try to read the ball off the bat.
Time called at the plate. And now the next is fisted back to the backstop.
So
strike 2.
I have been looking forward to this ever since we knew we were doing this game. And one of the things that I'm really looking forward to, and we haven't seen yet, is when a foul ball goes into the stands here. It's unlike anything that they're used to here, with, of course, cricket being played. That ball must be returned. Here you get to keep it today.
And that announcement has been made multiple times over the PA system here at London Stadium. Here is the next on 1 and 2, and it's upstairs. 2 balls, 2 strikes. This was the centerpiece of the 2012 Summer Olympic Games here in London, and it is the home to the West Ham United of the English Premier League. So that soccer pitch is underneath. Baseball diamond on top. Nice block by Vasquez to avoid a run scoring, and the count goes full 3-2.
Well, for pitchers who have to face the New York Yankees, this is where it gets difficult. The stress on this lineup is much like trying to get it done in Colorado, where every batter that comes up there, of course, has the opportunity to do damage. This Yankee lineup has cut down on strikeouts and has increased their home runs, making them doubly tough.
Here's one into right center field. It's going to get down and score a couple. Gregorius has delivered for New York. He is content with a 2-run double. 3-0 Yankees here in the first. Different continent. Still raking are the New York Yankees.
Yeah, unfortunately, Porcello was trying to make the great pitch this entire at bat with 2 strikes, and this one wasn't. Right down the middle, tried to go in and up, and he left it over the middle of the plate. And these Yankee hitters do not miss many mistakes. It has been a display this year, and it has taken so many players for the Yankees to perfect this because of their injuries, and it just doesn't matter who they put in. I mean, Aaron Boone has done a great job navigating this roster that has been decimated with injuries, and they haven't missed really anything.
They're 52-28. They lead the Rays by 7, the Red Sox by 9. And the 46-year-old Aaron Boone, in his second year managing the Yankees after winning 100 games a year ago. They're in first place and comfortable in the East. First pitch is a strike to the number 6 hitter Edwin Encarnacion.
Yeah, all the Yankees did is went out and got another home run hitter. He has struggled since being here with the Yankees, but trust me, he will not struggle. His career numbers indicate he's going to hit a bunch of homers, driving a bunch of runs, and be super consistent at first base.
Gregorius at second, and that is a pitch down and away. Vasquez trying to fool Gregorius down at second. And the count 1 ball 1 strike.
It's amazing in this game on how the trends go and how streaky teams can be, and just the fact that that ball wasn't caught at first base, and the Yankees have jumped all over Porcello.
There's a strike. 91-mile-per-hour pitch. Count 1 and 2. Can you imagine what the other teams in the AL East thought when they heard Encarnacion got traded to the Yankees?
Yeah, it really was not only a great move, but just borderline all-star lineup when they're all capable of their not great years, just good years. And certainly they have a few players playing beyond their career numbers, but that's what it takes. That's what the Red Sox did last year. Historic year, winning the World Series.
7 straight years of 30 or more home runs. That's the longest active streak in baseball. And he leads Major League Baseball in home runs since 2012. Here is a 2-2, and that's down the left field line. Going to get down and score Gregorius to make it 4-0. Ball gets away from Benintendi. An RBI double either way, and the Yankees pile it on here in the first inning. Four to nothing New York.
Tried to get the ball in and again missed right down the middle. When you miss down the middle to this team, they don't always have to be homers, but they have been hits, and hits with runners on is a great number and stat to have, and the Yankees excel in that.
So now Encarnacion at second with Aaron Hicks digging his way into the batter's box. And we know Chavis is over at first base. We've shown him already, thinking this might have been an entirely different inning if he makes that catch on that foul ball. That's strike 1 on Hicks.
And a veteran like Porcello knows it's his job to pick up his teammates. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to do that at any point in these last few hitters, and so it starts becoming on him to make better pitches.
Hicks takes inside. Porcello comes into this game 5-7, an ERA of 4.5. He lost to Marcus Stroman and the Toronto Blue Jays on Sunday 6-1 at Fenway. And doesn't look too sharp here in London. Ball and a strike, and Hicks steps out. That's strike 2. Getting to 2 strikes hasn't been the problem for Porcello. It's just getting strike 3. He hasn't been able to get it.
No, he hasn't. And, you know, again, every player adapts to situations differently. Routines have been kind of changed a little bit. He just has not been sharp. Now, I've seen games where he's given up 4 runs in the first inning and then doesn't give up another run the rest of the game, keeps his team in it. But it's essentially gets some outs. The Red Sox bullpen has been getting heated up.
And that's chopped foul. You saw the right-hander Colton Brewer getting loose for Boston.
The last thing you want to do is come over here and have a short outing. Even though they've had 2 off days, everybody's available. Everyone's rested. But you don't want to have to put your team in this big a hole to this good of a baseball team in the first inning.
The fans here in London have seen some action here in the first inning. They watch Hicks get out of the way of that pitch. They're even the count, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
I mean, they're probably used to long at bats and a lot of in cricket. You know, they're thinking, well, this is nothing much different than cricket. The guy's up there the entire time hitting. The Yankees are putting on a little bit of a show before the Red Sox can even come to the plate.
3 straight doubles. And they've seen now 33 pitches, and they see 1 launch. Back into right and gone. Aaron Hicks. The first MLB home run in Europe. And here on the 29th of June 2019, he takes the trip, and the Yankees lead by 6. That's it for Rick Porcello. And for this packed house here at London Stadium, a lot of Red Sox fans, a lot of Yankee fans. They've seen fireworks. 4 straight extra base hits, a 2-run shot by Hicks, and a 6-0 New York lead. Well, add another log to the fire for the New York Yankees. That is home run number 135, and home runs in 30 straight as they continue to add to their major league record. And Colton Brewer takes over here in the first inning.
Yeah, Brewer's just trying, obviously, to put out the fire and give as many innings as he can to the Red Sox as they try and claw back. For those of you listening to us on BBC, this is not normally how it goes. Pitchers stay in the game a little longer than that. This is more like an anchor batsman in cricket, where he's up there for a long time.
Look at you. Look at you. Proud of you. 1 ball, 1 strike, and that skips in there. 2-1.
Google's a great thing. No, these Yankee team, they came over here confident. They came over here loose, and they have started the top of the first as a team that believes they are the best team in baseball, at least in the American League. And they're showing it in every way by how they've handled their injuries, how they've handled just the fact that the Boston Red Sox are the defending champs. The Yankees are wanting to take them away from that.
Here's ball 4. So Brewer comes in and walks Gleyber Torres. Let's go back to the home run delivered by Porcello and delivered by Aaron Hicks.
Hicks had struggled, never gotten a hit off of Porcello in his career against them. Struggled against 2-seam fastballs. That was a 2-seam fastball, and a fan, the first fan to get a ball and a souvenir.
Here's Gardner as the Yankees now bat around here in the first inning. Still only one out. Brett hitting .231, 11 home runs, 32 RBIs. And trying to set the table for the red-hot DJ LeMahieu.
Well, baseball this year and really the last few years, they've been setting home runs records, strikeout records, and velocity has been king. These two pitchers that pitched today won't be in the velocity category, but these two offenses are certainly in the exit velocity, meaning the speed of the ball that comes off the bat when they hit it, and usually it's in the air and usually it goes over the fence.
Gardner chops it foul, strike two. So Porcello was a first-round pick by the Tigers in 2007. Came up as a 20-year-old. Won a Cy Young with the Red Sox in 2016. Had a good year last year. He gets roughed up. A third of an inning. 6 runs on 5 hits. With a walk and a homer, no strikeouts. Here's the next to Gardner, and we'll see what Brewer does with it. To first. 2 down, and I think a Bronx cheer just traveled all the way over here to London. Yankee fans having fun. Red Sox fans not so much to this point. By the way, that's the Orbit Tower in the background outside of London Stadium. That is a public art piece. And down below, this is the home, as I said earlier, to the West Ham United. What a job they've done in putting a baseball diamond inside an oval stadium.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. 23 days or so to put it together, and after this games are over, they will disassemble and store it and wait for next year as they'll restore their field back.
Cardinals and Cubs on the 13th and 14th of June in 2020. That is blocked by Vasquez, and the count 2-0 on LeMahieu, who singled to start it all earlier this inning.
Yeah, he has had a tremendous year, but he's a great hitter. He's one of those hitters that doesn't follow the protocol of baseball today, where you're just trying to hit it as far as you can in the air. He has hit to all parts of the field. He loves going to right field, to right center. He stays back, uses his hands, and he has been the best hitter in baseball with runners in scoring position. So that means men on second or third, and the ability to drive him in, and his average has been off the charts this year.
478, which if it held up would be the top average with runners in scoring position since divisional play started in 1969.
There's an art and a philosophy to hitting with runners in scoring position, and obviously when you're a pitcher, you're aware of these guys who don't have a bigger swing, who cut down on their swing and look to do exactly that, drive the runner in, and their approach is perfect in LeMahieu.
That's a strike, and the count's full. We've been going for 27 minutes in the top of the first.
Now the only thing you worry about is Tanaka and the delay he's had before he throws his first pitch.
3-2 pitch, strike 3 called. And everybody gets to take a little break. Bottom of the first inning rolls in London. Red Sox in a 6-run hole.
It doesn't matter where we play. Still the Yankees and the Red Sox.
It's the London series on Fox.
If it's runs you crave, you've come to the right place. 6-0 Yankees after a half.
It's a great feeling for Mr. Tanaka, who's yet to throw a pitch and has a 6-0 lead. He's had a really another great year. Not a lot of run support, record 5-5, but he has pitched really, really well all year.
Fires a strike to start his night. To Mookie Betts.
Mookie Betts needs to get going. They moved him to the leadoff spot, and his average has dropped about 28 points since being back in that position.
That's strike 2 on the inside corner. Last year, Betts was the AL MVP, hit 346, hit 32 home runs, stole 30 bases. Sitting 341 through the end of June last year. He's hitting 261 in 2019, and that's up and in, ball 1.
And he's put a lot of pressure on himself. He's vocalized he's not happy with the way his year's going, and a lot of people are talking about this hangover effect. When you win a championship and you go deep, the next year comes quickly, and maybe some of that is part of the deal for the Red Sox, but they don't want to have anything of it. And Alex Cora is talking about just out of rhythm, just not quite where we need to be. We haven't put two things together, whether it's the pitching one night and the hitting or vice versa. They're going to have to score a lot of runs tonight.
Looked like Betts wanted to call timeout. Instead, he lines a base hit into left. Mookie is on to start the night for Boston. Give you the lineup for the Red Sox. You know about Betts. In steps Rafael Devers. Xander Bogaerts hits third. He's been red hot. JD Martinez, Andrew Benintendi, Christian Vasquez. The back end, it's Holt, Chavis, and Jackie Bradley Jr.
The Red Sox lineup can score. It's just, and the stats are showing they're having a great year. But there are certain components that their manager would like to see this team do a little bit better. And the first inning has to be much better than it has been this year. Slow first innings every game, it seems like.
Devers hits a rocket pass void at first. Trickles into foul ground. Flying around third is Betts. You want action? We got action. 6-1. On an RBI double by Rafael Devers.
Well, that's great feeling for the Red Sox and the fans who have come here. 6-0 down, and a bullet hit past Voit. Didn't have time to really react. And because he deflected it, he slowed it down. A lot of distance Judge had to cover. Judge has a cannon, but Betts' legs were much better. And the cannon didn't come into play as Betts scores easily from first.
Now Devers at second. There's Xander Bogaerts, who's hitting 337 since the 10th of May. Alex Cora will tell you Rafael Devers is one of the best players, young players he's ever seen, and he almost doesn't want to start making comparisons to some of the greats that have come before him, but he's 22 years old. He's put the Red Sox on the board and made those here cheering for Boston vocal here in the bottom of the first.
Well, for my money, Bogaerts at the plate is one of the most underappreciated shortstops in a game that's filled with great shortstops. And his manager has loved the progression that he's had. You've seen what he's done since May 10th. And certainly that speaks for itself. But this guy is young, talented, and getting better every year.
Sanchez can't frame that.
Well, for Tanaka, he's living every pitcher's. They've heard this a million times. Hey, pretend it's 1-0. You know it's 6-0. You can't pretend it's 1-0. But the guys that can come in right after your team scores run and shut down the other team, it deflates that momentum. There's not a ton of momentum in the game of baseball. You really have to go off of the pitcher and how he executes. But the biggest thing for Tanaka this year and his success has been the slider. And that's a pitch that's going to move laterally away from that right-handed hitter. It used to be his split finger, which is a north and south pitch. It's going to go down. That hasn't been as good. But the slider has been outstanding. And when he gets to 2 strikes, it's pretty much lights out for him and the way that he can put away hitters with 2 strikes.
3 balls and a strike. He's fallen behind Bogarts. And he puts on Xander Bogarts with a walk. You talked about the first inning, John, for the Boston Red Sox and how it's been a slow start.
That is just not the team that we saw last year, and anything short of spectacular, they would take just average. And that, I mean, unfairly, that has a lot to do with Mookie Betts struggling at the top. Benintendi was struggling when he was batting leadoff. They mixed the lineup a little bit. Guys like JD Martinez still have great numbers, but it's not the, when he was up in this situation, almost guaranteed he was going to move the runners, get him in, and possibly hit a 3-run homer.
Ball 1 to Martinez. Home plate umpire for this game is Ed Hickox. Carlos Torres is at first. He'll work the plate in the finale of this 2-game set tomorrow. Dana DeMuth, the crew chief, and Angel Hernandez over at third. One-0 to Martinez.
JD is a great story in our game of baseball. I mean, he has become one of the premier thought of hitters in our game, and he had to reinvent himself from being released in Houston. Of course, he had tremendous years with Detroit and now signing with the Red Sox. A huge reason why last year offensively they were the best team in baseball. His influence has passed on, his knowledge, and his ability to hit.
2 on, nobody out. 1-1 pitch, foul back. I don't think, and this is a league filled with guys who work hard at the art of hitting, but there's nobody that works harder than JD Martinez on his swing and with his approach.
Yeah. Philosophically, he's already changed a lot of hitters in his lineup with his teammates, and just unorthodox ways of going about it. The way he has his drills, the way he has a routine. He started filming all of batting practices. Nobody had ever done that before, to my knowledge, and now it's commonplace with the Red Sox.
There's a 1-2 pitch. Talked a lot about Gary Sanchez getting better behind the plate as a receiver of pitches, blocking balls like that last one. He's improved.
He's been great. I mean, this guy nobody got more criticism than this guy behind the plate the last couple of years, and you got to give a guy time. He had to catch a brand new set of pitchers last year. He's getting used to the staff he has here. He hits like no other catcher we've seen, and he's getting better and better. He's a big catcher that has to be fundamentally better on certain areas because of how big he is.
Here's a 2-2. Fouled back. And just to compare, last year Sanchez suffered through 18 pass balls, 45 wild pitches with him behind the plate. So those are pitches that he could theoretically save. So with regard to the pass balls, they went up from 2017 to last year, way down in 2019.
But what makes him so great, even with that lack of defensive specialty, is the offensive production that he gives you from that position.
Another 2-2. And there it is again.
I've always said, if I'm on the mound, I want the offense that I can get from a catcher. I'll give up whatever defense. If I throw pitches that get by him, it's more on me. You know, it's different when there's a runner on third and he gives up some easy runs. That's a little more difficult. But his ability to progress in this game, I don't know how long he'll stay at catcher with his size, but man, what he does offensively, you would drool over to have in that lineup.
Runners at first and second, nobody out. 3-2 to JD Martinez. Bases are loaded. And another meeting at the mound. They've already made a pitching change on the Boston side, and now Larry Rothschild goes out to talk.
You know, I couldn't wait to get here to see what not only the fans' reactions, but see how the players react to this being different in the middle of their season. And so far, it has not been kind to the pitchers. You know, it is not. The hitters seem to be okay, comfortable. Long trip over, 2 days off. Your routine, we're creatures of habits, but right now it looks like it's going to be one of those scores that could be double digits And each pitcher's trying to figure out a way to slow that down.
Baseball night in America, by the way, back in the States. Nighttime here in London, daytime back home. And so keep it right here for that action you just saw pop up in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. And we will see tonight on Fox Cody Bellinger, Christian Yelich, Justin Verlander. How about those two guys on the left?
Unbelievable year. I mean, just mind-boggling that Christian Yelich could follow up last year's MVP season and possibly outdo it this year.
Bases loaded. Benintendi fouls it back, and that's not to slight the guy on the far right of that graphic, Verlander, who is 36.
And getting better.
And getting better. He's phenomenal.
Well, this is a huge at bat for both Tanaka and the Red Sox. Tanaka would give up runs for outs right here, and the Red Sox would like to keep the kind of merry-go-round going. They would love to creep right back into this game and score 3 more runs if they could with the bases loaded, nobody out.
This is exactly what Alex Cora was talking about with us. He said, you know, the numbers are fine. You know, the averages are pretty good. Even the bullpen ERA is pretty good, and it's been better of late, but there are big situations where they've had chances to jump back in a game like they do here, to put a team away, and they have not come through.
No, they haven't, and they were so good at these situations last year, and that's what it takes. When the team's going good, you just know the next guy up's going to get it done. You don't have to press. Each guy doesn't have to try to hit a grand slam, or every approach at the plate is not the end of the day. You pass the baton on, trusting the guy behind you, and that's what the Yankees are doing right now. I didn't get it done. Next guy's going to get it done.
Last year, the Red Sox were first in average with runners in scoring position. This year, they're 9th. 0-2 to count on Benintendi. Ripped foul.
Well, the good news here about you can see another foul ball. The good news here with the extended foul territory, the ball has less and less speed getting to the crowd.
We got the message. They're not throwing it back. Another 0-2. And a pop-up a mile high on the infield. Infield fly rule in effect. Gregorius hauls it in, 1 out. And a big out for Tanaka.
That was a big out. I mean, the bases are loaded, nobody out. You're up 6-1. You want to try to keep the momentum on your side, and now you got a guy that you could induce him into a ground ball double play and get out of this mess. Vasquez has been unreal offensively for the Red Sox. They didn't get much out of their catchers last year, and offensively he's made some adjustments, and it's the first at bat approach where he is definitely getting to most of the pitchers. If his chance for success is getting a hit, it's in this at bat of every game.
I think you can take those numbers you just saw for Vasquez in his career with the bases loaded and throw them out. He's a different hitter this year. He takes a strike. Career high 10 home runs, hitting .288. And Alex Cora thinks he's going as good as any catcher really in the American League.
Career high in homers already, but he set that a while ago.
But as you said, a double play candidate. Right down the chute at 93. It's 0-2.
Well, you got the last 2 hitters in a tough situation with 2 strikes. That's what you want to do. Put them on the defensive. He'll expand the zone, I would think, here with a slider away. Try to get Vasquez to reach and hit that ground ball to Didi or to LeMahieu. Well, for the first time of beer sales in the seats of this stadium, they're going to have a lot of opportunity.
Well, I'll say.
With the way this first inning's gone, to increase those sales.
First time that's happened here in this stadium. In-seat refreshment sales. We take that for granted back home, but that's just not a common practice here.
And you know what, that's going to be a beauty. Not just that, but the perspective that we as baseball players and once played the game, you get used to what you get used to, and when it's different, you appreciate a lot of things differently when you experience what these two teams are going to experience here in the next 2 days.
We're at a cricket-like pace.
Yes.
45 minutes in, and we've seen 4 outs. Here's the 0-2. Vasquez able to spoil it.
He's been known to do this off of some of the greats. He had a 12-pitch at bat, I believe, against Verlander, and a long at bat against Kershaw, 2 of the best. He's hoping this at bat extends a little bit further than the 2-strike no ball count he has on him right now.
Bases loaded. 1 out. 5-run lead for the Yankees. That's in the air to right. Judge is back and there to grab it. Tagging and scoring is Devers. And it's 6-2 on a sac fly to right by Vasquez.
2 people were happy at the same time. A great hit and great approach by Vasquez, drives in the run, and Tanaka giving his applause to his big right fielder who can do it all in right field, because that gets over most people's right fielder's head. 6'8" Judge can do more than hit mammoth home runs. That would have been almost base clearing, and instead it's only 1 run. Good jump, good route, had it the whole time.
And you're right, Masahiro applauds the effort. And now with 2 on, 2 out, the batter is Holt, who's been slowed with a bad hamstring, dealt with a scratched cornea that had him sitting out the majority of the first couple of months of the season, but the month of June hitting .400, which is the highest in the American League.
Yeah, it's funny. Even Alex Cora said, you know, when you look at our team, we're getting better production out of our catcher, our third baseman, our shortstop, and our second baseman. And yet we're 9 games back of the New York Yankees. So he hasn't lost faith in his team and ability to not get it, to be able to get it going. But 9 games, could be 11. They leave here and don't get a job done. Much more difficult to chase down this Yankee team if that lead grows.
Strike 2 on Holt.
Of course, baseball has the 2 wild cards, the ability for 2 teams to get in for a 1-game playoff. So at this point, that's the obvious closer number, and the Red Sox really are in that hunt. The more elite team that you would figure is going to at least catch some of the teams that are ahead of them in the wild card if they can't catch the Yankees for the division.
Yeah, only 2 out there. Top 2 teams battle for that last playoff spot. Holt, well foul. If somebody throws it back onto the field from there, sign him.
Sign him is right. You know, there's hope with this process the MLB has taken. Is you never know what you're going to find. You never know who might get interested. Of course, cricket has some similarities, but totally played differently in a lot of areas considering baseball.
Right side, base hit. Here comes Bogarts. No play. 6-3 game here in the first. For the first time, and this is the 22nd, 100th time, 2,200 times the Yankees and Red Sox have played one another. First time on an artificial turf. And this ball just shot through this infield.
Yeah, played pretty quick, putting that ball in the right spot, the right field. And now, you know, the Yankees bullpen is getting going and getting loose. I don't think I've seen a Red Sox Yankee game where both starters could technically be knocked out in the first inning.
Here's Michael Chavis. Ball one. Chavis got off to that great start. 10 home runs in his first 30 games and hit the skids for the next 16, but been pretty hot last 2.5 weeks.
Yeah, he came into this league as a rookie hitting the breaking ball about as good as anybody. Having trouble with fastballs up of any kind of velocity, 95 and above, giving him fits. But that pitch right there, that's the one he feels comfortable and stays on. That was a slider that breaks away from him. It didn't break up quite the kind of break that Tanaka has. You see, it was just tight enough to stay on the outside part. But when Chavis hits them, you know about him. They go a long ways. His average home run distance, one of the tops in baseball.
Ball and a strike. A check swing, and it's a foul tip for strike 2.
I'd go right back up there if I was the combo of Sanchez and Tanaka. That's the pitch he struggles with. Even though Tanaka doesn't throw 96, 97 anymore, a well-placed ball up, much tougher for Chavis to hit. He went up there and just got underneath. When you love to throw the ball down, that pitch up adds another element to a hitter's change. We talk about changing his eye level. Then once you change the eye level, you can slow him down and throw a breaking ball away off of that pitch. Or with 2 strikes, try to go right back up there.
Two. Fly ball into center. Back at the wall. This game is tied. A high five for the cocktail vendor and an early exit for the Yankee starter.
Wow. Breaking ball hitter, breaking ball pitch, straightaway center. And both starters on an early exit. And you wouldn't see this too often. There's the breaking ball. There's the swing he loves. He knows it.
They're watching on the BBC. Ladies and gentlemen of Great Britain. They're not all like this. But I'm glad this one is. What an inning. In Europe here at London Stadium in the top of the first inning, and Masahiro Tanaka just gave up the second home run of his ball game, and it belongs to Michael Chavis, who ties this game 6-6 with a 2-out 3-run shot, and neither starter can get through the first.
Unbelievable. I said it. I did. You know, I was worried about the rest that Tanaka got in between warming up and actually throwing his first pitch. And what that means is you're out of rhythm. Even though your team gave you 6 runs, it was like a 30-some minute inning. It's a long time. And he never really, he got the 2 strikes, didn't make the put away pitch. Neither guy did. That's why we're having relievers the rest of this game, and a lot of velocity from Chad Green.
Against Jackie Bradley Jr. That's in for a strike. 2 balls and a strike, and the Yankees were leaning toward Chad Green getting the start tomorrow as the quote-unquote opener. They're waiting for Herman to come back this next week, but that would be out the window now. That's into right for a base hit. And now each side will send 10 men to the plate. One of them twice here in the first inning.
Pitch selection, slider versus the high fastball. Well, he stays back, stays up the middle, hits it to center field. And we talked about center field being shorter. Don't know if that had been out of most center fields, but in this Park tied it up 6-6.
Kenny Rosenthal, more on Chavis.
Joe, I spoke to Michael Chavis before the game, and he said in spring training he was just hoping to get called up in time so he could play in this series. Well, he made it April 20th in place of Eduardo Nunez, who went on the injured list. And guys, I don't think he's going back.
Well, I mean, think about it. We're past the halfway point with regard to games, but he's got 13 home runs and now 41 RBIs.
It's been an unbelievable year for second base, where it's been a frustrating year for the Red Sox. Dustin Pedroia tried everything he could to come back. Don't know what the future holds for the great second baseman Pedroia, but they filled in nicely for him.
This is the 20th batter.
This is unbelievable.
Inning.
I personally have never seen this since I've been broadcasting, where both starters get knocked out. 6-run lead by the visiting team, and to come back and tie the game up with the opportunity to take the lead in the very first inning is really improbable.
Left side should end the inning. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to the second. London, here we come. What a start. 6-6. Balls flying, Christian Vasquez. A little Beatles taste as we move into the second inning of the London series. First MLB game played in Europe. Today is the 2,200th meeting between the Yankees and the Red Sox. The first played outside of New York or Boston, and the first matchup between the two on turf. Michael Chavis has tied this game with a 2-out 3-run shot in the bottom of the first. 6-6 after 1.
Well, the home plate umpire, his job just got harder. And what I mean by that is Stephen Wright, coming back from being suspended, throws a knuckleball. And again, for those of you tuning in at BBC, this is unusual. There's not many of them left. The knuckleball would be a terminology like the floater. In cricket, he's going to throw a ball that just absolutely has a mind of its own and is going to flutter back and forth. And now the hitters are going to have to adjust to that pitch, as Wright hopes to give some innings for the Red Sox.
1-0 to Judge. Floats all the way back to the backstop. He had an 80-game suspension for performance-enhancing drug use for Stephen Wright. Prior to that and during that has been rehabilitating a knee injury, but back and needed here in London. That's a strike over the outside corner, and Vasquez has to go get the big glove to catch the knuckleballer.
The terminology used, if it's high for the hitters coming in high, let it fly, meaning that ball's going to be one you want to hit. If it starts out low, let it go. Easier said than done. Our great iconic Bob Uecker used to say the best way to catch a knuckleball is wait till it stops rolling
and pick it up. Here's a 2-2 pitch. Line drive, base hit into left center field, and Benintendi goes over to cut it off. And the hit parade continues as Judge is on for the first time tonight. Today's telecast is sponsored by IBM. Let's put smart to work. We'll be showing you kind of a visual tour of London as you see Buckingham Palace. And this city is jammed right now.
Man, is there a lot going on.
It is tough to get around. They've got the World Cup cricket going on. Wimbledon about to get going. It's a busy city, obviously, anyway. Now the number 3 hitter in the lineup, Gary Sanchez, takes a strike.
Well, this is the kind of guy in Wright that can mess up the rhythm of a hot ball club in the Yankees. You don't see it, as I mentioned, a lot of knuckleballers anymore. It's a dying art, but it's a tough pitch to hit. It's a tough pitch to throw and a tough pitch to catch.
So each side sent 10 men to the plate in the first inning. Colton Brewer for Boston ends up going 2/3 of an inning, allowed 1 walk, picked up 1 strikeout, no hits or runs. Porcello went 1/3 of an inning. Tanaka went 2/3. And that's it. There's a 1-1.
And again, the uniqueness in this event created 2 off days for each team, so everybody's pen is more fresh. It's like a mini all-star break, and then 10 days later there's going to be the real all-star break. So it's a little quirky, but I don't think either manager anticipated there was any chance they'd have to go to their pen in the first inning.
Big swing by Sanchez for strike 2.
Typically the guys, especially right-handed hitters who can go the other way, will have a better chance at the approach of the knuckleball because they stay on the ball longer to hit the ball the other way. The free swingers, the home run hitters, those are the guys that are going to struggle with this fluttering pitch if thrown in the right areas, of course.
How many times do you think it's happened in the seats where one person seeing their first MLB game turns to another and says, how long do these games usually go?
How many runs do they usually score?
That is strike 3, as Vasquez does a great job of hanging on to that foul tip for out number 1.
Got to have pretty good hands. You got to have a little luck when the ball is tipped off the bat. You can see the change of direction, but he was able to catch it in the webbing. That bigger glove you talked about, Joe, is what typically most catchers have to use when throwing a knuckleball. Some of the best hand catchers in the game have a hard time catching that pitch because it has a mind of its own.
1-on-1 out now for Luke Voigt, who takes high. That catcher's mitt is almost like a hybrid catcher's mitt first baseman's glove.
Yeah, I actually, before my Tommy John surgery, threw a knuckleball all off season and went to spring training. That was going to be the pitch that was going to get me through the year. And I'll never forget Eddie Perez trying to catch it. And I said, Eddie, you need to get a bigger glove. He says, just throw it. I can catch it. He didn't get any glove on the first throw. It hit him in the bicep of the right arm, bruised up. He then had to get a bigger glove. Unfortunately, I ended up having Tommy John surgery, but had more fun throwing the knuckleball that year in spring training, trying to get back and through a year with a bad elbow.
1 ball, 1 strike. You could still be pitching.
Oh my gosh. Could you think about throwing a knuckleball now?
Charlie Huff,
52 years old, just dealing.
There's the old glove. It's going to sit the next little bit of this game out.
Phil Niekro, one of the most famous knuckleballers, Hall of Famer Phil Niekro, and the dying art of the knuckleball, and whether or not it could vanish from the game.
That's ripped into left field. Voigt 2 for 2. And it continues. Didi Gregorius will be the hitter in the first inning. Played in Europe. Regular season game for Major League Baseball. We saw 12 runs, 10 hits, 6 extra base hits, a couple of home runs, 20 batters, almost 1 hour.
I mean, seriously, this is, the fans are comfortable here because cricket, that's what happens in cricket.
First game where both teams record 6 runs in the first inning since '89. It's like Bash Brother time. Oakland and Toronto.
It really is amazing. We anticipated, I think most people who, when the stadium got built and the two teams with their offense, thought there would be a lot of runs scored, but I don't think they could have anticipated 12 in the first inning. The home run record continues for the Yankees. The Red Sox very capable of hitting home runs.
Might be 2. Good play. Nice pick. Throw to first for the double play. And a great effort by Xander Bogaerts. Double play ends the top of the second. 6-6 in London. Today's telecast is sponsored by Progressive, making it easy to bundle your home and car insurance. And by Stuber, in theaters July 12th. How about a little time lapse? As John said, about 3 weeks to get this field ready for a Major League Baseball game. And we'll give you more details as we go. But materials coming from all over to make this a reality here at London Stadium, which is the home of the West Ham United in the EPL.
Fantastic job.
Devers, the number 2 hitter in the lineup, with a count of 1-1, and we finished the time lapse. They had to build dugouts. They had to build clubhouses. They had to put foul poles down each line. They had to ship in the materials for that, and they couldn't drill anything into the ground because underneath is the pitch for the West Ham United.
Yeah, and the view from the dugouts is a little unique for each team. The dugouts typically down the line, third base for the visitors in most places, first base. This one's really more towards behind home plate, so they're having a straight on view. And it doesn't look that far. Talking to some of the players and coaches said it actually really, it fits.
I said it at the top. I mean, it just feels like a Major League Baseball game. That's the best thing you can say. As Devers fouls one left side, and nobody will get there. The count stays 1-2. It's got a different look because of all the foul territory, and obviously this stadium wasn't built for baseball, but
I love it.
It fits.
Oh, I'd love to pitch here. I mean, the amount of outs you're going to get in foul territory that you would never get anywhere else.
So you're saying, you're thinking of it as a pitcher.
Tremendous.
Pitcher's best friend is that foul territory.
Sure is.
Not the double play only.
The double plays rarely happen now. Guys are hitting the ball in the air. We just saw a unique double play.
Devers fouls another one away. So to go back to Devers, he's 22 years old. He really wasn't driving the ball and showing his power early this season, but he's cut down on his errors from a year ago. He's really slimmed down, and his bat speed, the connection he makes, he's hitting it harder than anybody in the American League.
Yeah, and he does the best work on 95+ mile-an-hour fastball, which is hard to do. So they're going to have to spin the baseball to get him out, because you throw 95, 97, 98, he can get on top of it. He has a unique approach. And you talked about that hard hit rate. It's hard to believe he's only 22.
And just rolls the wrists and shoots that one into right past Judge. And a double to start the second. His second double of the game. He is now 9 for his last 11.
Great hitting here and the ability to adjust to the pitch. Slider didn't exactly break as much as he wants, but watch the wrists and watch the bat. He just flips it down the right field line. And about an hour ago, maybe about 50 minutes ago, I don't want to say that Red Sox hitters and players had their heads down, but they weren't in. It wasn't exactly the start they were looking for. Down 6-0. Now they got a chance to take the lead in the second inning.
With a heart of their order. Bogarts takes a strike.
I'm convinced, Joe, that in this game, in the creature of habits and the structure that this baseball season, it's about 162 games in about 184 days. You're used to what you're used to, and when there's a break in it, you never know what that's going to turn into. And this, ironically, could be what gets Boston going. The route they had to take over here. The fact that things are not going well. They're 9 games back and they're down 6-0 in the first inning. You might be able to look back to this game and go, that's when it turned for the Boston Red Sox, if they're able to win this.
Well, you even talked about that very thing with Alex Cora before the game, that you just never know what gets it going. You had examples of that from your career, and here's a team that comes over here, 6-hour flight on the coolest looking plane of all time.
Oh, yeah.
3-hour bus ride to their hotel when they landed. Routine is broken up, and they were down 6-0, and now we're in a tie ball game. Hicks ran in, stopped, reached high, and gets out number 1. Devers back to the bag at second.
Because it is easier to complain and have excuses, especially when you're the defending champs. It's not going your way. But that's not who Alex Cora is, and he believes that's not what his team is. And they're going to have to battle. I mean, they said it. They got a target on their back. Everybody comes in and knows that that's the defending champs, and they want to knock them out. And the Yankees want to knock them out worse than anybody, because that's their bullies in the backyard, who have the Red Sox had the Yankees numbers over the last 10 years or so when it comes to championships.
Batter now is JD Martinez. Somebody asked me leading into this series, who do you think's going to win? I mean, you don't know. It's up to the starting pitcher usually in baseball that night. I said, to me, the easy answer is the team that complains the least.
Yeah, and there's value in that. There's a lot of credence in that, because, again, there's things that happen in a season, even if you know it's out of your control, whether it's rainouts, whether it's bad weather, and all those things and elements that you have to deal with.
Here's the 0-1 to Martinez, runner at second, one out.
We had a trip interrupted. I'll never forget going to Montreal. Had to evacuate the plane. We were 11 hours in the airport waiting for a plane to take us to Montreal. Got in at 5 or 6 in the morning. I don't think we won that next game, but then I think we went on a 13-game winning streak after it. And you just never know what's going to spark a club, what rallies a club, or, to your point, what becomes the woe is me club.
I've looked for those reactions leading into this game and the articles that have popped up everywhere. These guys have said, these players have said all the right things.
And look, this is some young, great talent on both teams that's going to last a long time. And I think they understand what this responsibility has been these 2 days. It's a great opportunity. It's a memory that you will look back in your career and go, you remember when we went to London with the first 2 teams? Shoot, they got announced again. I've said the perfect year for a baseball player is to get announced 4 times. Opening day, All-Star game, first round of the playoffs, and the World Series. They got a special treat getting announced again.
A ball and 2 strikes. Martinez takes outside. And these are, for the most part, young guys. The majority of them haven't been to Europe, haven't ever seen London.
I never have. It's my first time. I've enjoyed it.
It's been great. 2-2 pitch from Green. Right side wide open, base hit. Digging is Devers, and they hold him because of that throwing arm of Judge in right. And it's first and third, 1 out.
That's why JD Martinez is one of the premier hitters in the game. We have information that tells us a lot about where to position the players, but when a pitch is made on the outside part of the plate and you give yourself up as a hitter, there is no defender there. And if it weren't for that arm you were talking about at Judge, this game would be 7-6 Red Sox.
Carlos Febles, who has missed time dealing with the gout, back coaching third base, and he held, I think wisely, Rafael Devers, with Judge coming up ready to fire.
Benintendi, one of the best on the team next to Holt with runners in scoring position, so a good man at the plate.
Strike 1 on Andrew Benintendi. Double by Devers. Bogarts fly to center. Martinez with a good at bat, and so good at going the other way with a base hit into right. The 0-1. Green struggled early, was sent out, came back. His numbers are very good since his recall. He was the quote-unquote opener on Tuesday against Toronto. And the Yankees, John, this year 7-0 when they've had to use somebody out of their bullpen as an opener to begin a game. And Chad Green's been a big part of that.
Well, they have a unique bullpen, one of the best in the game, if not the best. And certainly Chad Green, when you hear his name, you talk about electric fastball. What does that mean? The ball actually perceived velocity is greater to the eyes of the hitter. It hops on the hitter. and they think they're getting to it, and they're just late.
2-2.
He will throw primarily fastballs and an occasional slider. And when he's right, it looks like it's just, I'm just playing catch with the catcher. Bam, the ball's by the hitter. And you got to stay off the high fastball when facing Chad Green. Easier said than done.
First and third. 2 out.
And that's a great example of what I'm talking about. A 2-strike pitch. Here it is. Try to hit it. And Benintendi swings right through it. This is not a huge swing. This is a good swing that he just does not time the fastball over the middle part of the plate.
It'll bring in Vasquez. Vasquez with a sac flying to right, his first time up. That came with the bases loaded. Not only produced the run, but kept the inning alive by not bouncing into a double play. Brock Holt followed with an RBI base hit through the right side, and Chavis chased Tanaka with a 2-out 3-run home run to tie it. First and third, 2 down. Vasquez.
That's the other part of a magical season that Boston had last year, but they were one of the toughest teams to strike out. It showed up in their runners in scoring position average, but this year they're striking out a little bit more, and that production has been less in key moments when you're talking about putting the ball in play, staying out of the double play, and driving in a run. Now, if this would have been later in the game, that would show up a lot worse. But here in the second, you don't ever want it to happen, but you got time to rebound.
Should end the inning. Gregorius stays down on it. And a good job by Chad Green to get into and out of trouble. Everybody wants to rule the world. Yankees and Red Sox tied at 6.
Back to London Stadium, Yankees and Red Sox tied 6-6 in the third inning. We're here with Yankees manager Aaron Boone. Aaron, crazy first inning, 12 runs. How do you explain what we saw?
Two great offensive clubs, you know, and you get Red Sox, Yankees, you never know what can happen. So, you know, it feels like an offensive game, and we got to be up to the task.
You already were planning a bullpen day for tomorrow. Chad Green was the likely opener. How concerned are you about your pitching for the rest of this series?
Oh, no, we'll be all right. You know, we have many ways to go. When it just lines up that Greeny can go, we're good, but we needed him in this game, and hopefully he can help us get a W.
On a lighter note, Alex Cora told us he was quite nervous to meet Prince Harry and Meghan Markle before the game. How did it go for you?
I was calm as could be. No, I was I had some butterflies too. It was cool though.
Aaron, thanks a lot.
A strikeout starts the third. A knuckleball danced in, and then Encarnacion takes a left turn and goes back to the dugout. Second inning of work for Stephen Wright. Third pitcher of the game for the Boston Red Sox. They're the home team. Obviously, each team wearing their home white uniforms. But these are games that would have been played at Fenway Park. Instead, they're played at London Stadium. And a game that started 6:10 p.m. locally, 1:10 in the East. Strike one on Hicks. And 10:10 in the morning out west in the U.S.
Typically, for those who don't follow this great rivalry as closely, they have been known historically to be longer games.
Yes.
They punch each other in the guts, and offensively they can do exactly what Aaron Boone said. This is going to be an offensive game, at least that's the early indication. And maybe Stephen Wright can mess up the rhythm of this powerful offense the Yankees have.
It's off the end of the bat. Strike two on Hicks, who blasted the first home run to make it 30 straight. The Yankees have homered in as they extend their MLB record. And that chased the starter Porcello. into center. Bradley with a basket catch. Must not have seen that ball very well. Everybody's talking about Prince Harry, Duke of Sussex. And the Duchess of Sussex, his wife, Meghan Markle. And this happened during the ceremonial first pitch. And we are honored that they came to the ballpark.
Huge cheers. Walking off the field.
And there they are, proud parents of their son Archie, born last month on the 6th of May. Gleyber Torres now with 2 out, nobody on.
We saw that last catch, and certain outfielders will tell you that the hardest ball to catch sometime is the ball that's knuckling. Now we're talking about a knuckleball pitcher throwing a knuckleball, but when you hit it a certain way, the ball will knuckle, and that's exactly what it did to Bradley.
That's smoked into left for a 2-out single by Gleyber Torres. Another 22-year-old young stud, and he belongs to the Yankees, the former Cub.
I'm telling you, he is tremendous. He was last year as a rookie, stepping into Yankee Stadium, playing second base, doing what he did last year. I think sorely went underappreciated. And the value of him, of course, to the Cubs have helped them win a World Series by getting Chapman. And now, could it be he's the reason why the Yankees could win another championship and add to their great history of championships?
They've won 27 of them. That's a ball outside to Gardner. Last year, Gleyber Torres hit 24 home runs in 123 games. He played short at the beginning of this year for the injured Didi Gregorius. Now back at second base, and Aaron Boone has left him down at the bottom of the lineup. Is not, for the most part, moved him around. Just leave him alone and let him hit. Here's Gardner down the right field line into foul territory. Strike one.
Well, that's what made the Houston Astros so great when they won their championship. The bottom of their lineup was so good. 7, 8, 9. The length of the lineup for the Red Sox last year was so good they won a championship. And could it be the length of the lineup for the Yankees that propels them deep into October and possibly a championship?
Gardner hits one into right field. Back at the wall. It is gone. Yankees back on top 8-6 on a 2-run shot by Brett Gardner.
And see, the guys that don't have the biggest swings are the ones that I think will handle the knuckleball the best. Gardner, pretty compact, power in. For a small guy, his power is going to be exactly what you saw, pull side. And he just waited back and smoked it.
Back to the top of the lineup, and DJ LeMahieu. Another hit to right. He's 2 out of 3. Came in leading the American League, hitting .336, and he's added to it. Back to the home run by Gardner.
For right-handers going the other way like we saw. For left-handers hoping the ball stays middle in, and a simple swing. You see the lack of rotation. It just didn't flutter as much as right would have liked, and everybody on the Yankees is going to love that, especially when Gardner hits it. And a team filled with monsters, like the biggest, I think, overall team I've ever seen in baseball. The smaller guy says, I can do the same thing.
Were you thinking about this guy when you said that?
Yeah, monster.
He and Stanton. 1 ball, 1 strike on Aaron Judge, who's 1 for 2. So he's now facing right for the second time in this game.
There has been so much damage already in this game with 2 strikes and with 2 outs that you don't see that a lot. 2-out 3-run homer with 2 strikes by Chavis and Red Sox. Now a 2-out homer.
Three balls and a strike on Judge with Gary Sanchez, number 2 in the American League, with his 23 home runs waiting on deck. Two on, 2 out, 2 runs home. And here comes Sanchez.
Sanchez, when he got called up in a Yankee year where it was in transition, he single-handedly kept him afloat, hitting, I believe, 26 home runs in like 50-some games. Last year was an atypical year. Everything that could go wrong offensively went wrong, and he has regrouped this year.
Last year dealt with that groin strain that put him on the then disabled, now injured list 2 times. The first ever Major League Series in England continues tomorrow as the Yankees and Red Sox meet again here in London, live at 10 a.m. Eastern on ESPN. We will proudly hand the baton to our friends at ESPN. Crazy night so far here at London Stadium. 4 in a row have reached. 2 have come home to score after the first 2 were retired by Stephen Wright. Strike 1 on Sanchez. Our powerful cleanup hitter, sponsored by Bounty, Gary Sanchez. Look at that bottom note, just in case he leads the league in home runs this year. The only catcher to lead either league in home runs, the great Johnny Bench, in 1970 and 1972.
So hard to do at that position. With all the information that they have to intake now, with all the information that players have, and imagine a catcher having to process 12, 13 different pitchers on a given day, process that information, get connected with your starter or your reliever, and then be able to process the information at the plate and hit. That's why it's a tough position to lead in certain offensive categories.
Just the physical toll, foul tips, and the way, I remember talking to Tim McCarver about it a lot, or other catchers, just the way your hands feel by the end of the year, and not just your right hand getting hit with foul tips, but the left hand that's inside the glove, that hand takes a beating.
Yeah, it's a very underappreciated position, one that has great growth. You can get to the big leagues quick if you're good. But I'll tell you what, I used to give them all a little grief. I've enjoyed every one of them that I got to throw to, but I said, remember, you're just a tool of suggestion. The pitcher gets the final say. They didn't like that very often.
Tim used to say it was hard to shake hands by the end of the year, let alone hit. By the way, do not attempt to stick your left hand out to shake Tim's hand. He don't like that.
That's good to know.
Just an FYI. Runners at first and second, 2 out. They'll go. 3 balls, 2 strikes. That's to third. Tough pickup. Good pickup. And the out is made. Devers has gotten so much better over there. The 22-year-old star. We've seen plenty of action so far, not just in the game, but even before the game. It's been fun here in London. 8-6 New York. 8-6 game. The Yankees lead. We're in the bottom of the third. The MLB Ballpark app will complete your next visit to your favorite ballpark. As Brock Holt takes a ball outside. Buy and manage game tickets. Redeem special check-in offers. Access exclusive content, much more. Download the MLB Ballpark app today. We've seen 3 home runs, one by Hicks, one by Gardner for New York, a big 3-run shot by Chavis for the Red Sox. 8-6, Yankees on top. Ball and a strike on Brock Holt. Green back to work. He finds strike 2.
Yankees are filled in their bullpen with flamethrowers. So many options for Aaron Boone, especially when they get to the 6th inning. Of course, today it's going to be filled with relievers. And that's the thought. When you think about the Yankees in spring training, they addressed every need and cleaned up a lot of weaknesses. And the overall thinking about the Yankees when they move forward in the postseason is, can they handle the elite pitching? Let's just say Houston, Verlander, Cole, with their lineup be vulnerable to strikeouts, or can they power their way through? I think what the Yankees have done is said, we don't need to match somebody else's 1 and 2. We just need to get to the 6th inning close, and we'll take care of the rest with our bullpen. And that philosophy could very well play out for the Yankees. When you think about the Red Sox and what they did last year, their bullpen is not the same as it was this year. They've lost 2 key pieces.
That may be true, and I'm with you on that. I think that works certainly in the regular season.
Yep.
But when Brian Cashman, the GM of the Yankees, got Edwin Encarnacion, he said, I still have work to do.
Yeah.
And they're going to get a starter. They have to get somebody for the front end when you think about Houston's 1-2 punch.
Yeah, no doubt. And, you know, the injuries to their rotation, the Yankees.
And that's into left. Gardner back to grab it. 1 out. Well, they brought little tastes of Major League Baseball back in the States here to London, and it's the Freeze from down in Atlanta, home of the Braves. And this guy got the head start. The Freeze never loses. The Freeze never loses until right there.
Wow. Impressive. I don't know if the surface was a little uncomfortable for the Freeze, or
that guy was from New York. We got to get his name. I heard them introduce him. I didn't write down his name. I heard from New York, so we'll get his name. Here's Chavis, and that's some heat for Michael Chavis, and the count 0-2. Oh-2 pitch into right for Judge. 2 down. Tell you what, the players loved it. The fans loved it. The players loved it. A loss for the Freeze, who did all he could, and Gardner was celebrating. So was Judge out in right.
Well, the guy running can't celebrate too much because he realizes he's had a pretty good head start, but not many people can beat him. So impressive. I just need to know if the guy's stretched before he.
Man. Temperatures dropped a little bit, but it is hot all over Europe. In Paris, it is sweltering, and here in London, it's not as hot as in Paris, but the weather's supposed to break and be a little bit cooler tomorrow for game 2 of this 2-game set.
Yeah, traveling around this great country, listening to the radio, school closings and panic all over the place where temperatures normally don't get in this region.
That's a good piece of hitting by Bradley. It's a line drive into left, and he keeps this 3rd inning alive. Remember, in the top of this inning, the first 2 were retired, and then the Yankees went to work, scored 2 on the 2-run shot by Gardner.
Looks like Aaron Boone has seen enough and welcoming Chad Green slowing down the offense of the Red Sox. Go to the bullpen.
David Hale was up, and David Hale is coming in. So Green is out, Another right-hander enters here in London.
Top of the morning to you.
Oh, Puppet. How are you? Elementary, my dear Watson.
Sir Betts digs in. And the hard-throwing right-hander, David Hale, fires a strike to the reigning American League MVP. 2-out runner at first, 2-run lead Yankees, third inning.
See the numbers on the year. Hale throws 2 different kind of fastballs, a 4-seam fastball, a sinker, change-up curveball. 4 pitches, and has found himself a place here in the bullpen for the Yankees, eating up some innings, hopefully.
Green is finished. Took over in the first, got through the second, got 2 outs here in the third.
Copycat hitting for going on in this game. See what you can do and then see what the other team can do. 2-out homers, a 2-out 2-run homer by Gardner. Betts trying to do the same thing here in the bottom half.
Good block again by Sanchez. He's done that 3 times in this game already.
Not many right-handers get shifted compared to the left-handers in our game. Left side of the infielder. 3 for the Yankees against Betts.
That's backing out of play. And hits one of the girders up above and comes back down onto the field. Just the numbers for Chad Green: 2 innings, no runs, 4 hits, responsible for the man on, 1 strikeout, no walks. Beautiful stadium. Centerpiece of the 2012 Olympic Games, and as we've said a couple of times, the home, the West Ham United of the English Premier League. 2-2 to Betts. That is smoked foul.
You know, baseball 20-30 years ago had more of these type of stadiums where symmetrical dual use football baseball combination, and the newer style of baseball stadiums are no longer symmetrical. They have their unique configurations, and certainly the technology and the stadiums that are built today are fantastic. But to come in and actually take another stadium and make it look like a once baseball stadium, impressive job.
Yeah, those were multi-purpose stadiums. Home to the Cardinals and the Cardinals, home to the Steelers and the Pirates,
Braves and Falcons.
Yep.
Reds and the Bengals.
Eagles and Phillies. Three-two pitch. Runner will go. And struck him out. Mookie didn't agree. But a strikeout by David Hale of Mookie Betts ends the third with the Yankees on top by 2. Is sponsored by DirecTV. Don't just kinda TV, DirecTV. And a welcome back to you to the MLB on Fox, the London series presented by Tide. And as we welcome you back to London Stadium, a new pitcher is Mike Schwerin for the Boston Red Sox as they trail by 2, and the great CC Sabathia is on headset down in the Yankees dugout. Hi, CC.
How you guys doing?
We're doing well. How's everything going down there? That's how's that dugout, by the way, that they had to build for you guys?
It's pretty cool. It's pretty filthy right now, though, so I don't know what it's going to look like by the end of the game, but it's nice. This is awesome.
Batter is Luke Voit, cleanup hitter for the Yankees, and he sends one into center field.
Get that ball.
Back is Bradley. It is off the wall. And Voit will dig into second with a leadoff double. Hey, How good is this offense, CC Sabathia?
Yeah, it's fun to watch. I mean, you know, it was already really good, and then you add Encarnacion in it. You know, just everybody getting back, getting healthy. This is going to be it's going to be a fun summer to watch these boys swing the bats.
And this guy Luke Voigt has come out of absolutely nowhere, and he's a cleanup hitter in this power hitting massive lineup. That's saying something.
Yeah, man. You know, Luke puts together great at bats. You know, always drives in the runs when we need him, and you know, he's right there anchoring down the middle of that lineup. So, you know, he's been great for us. It's been fun to watch, and it's been, you know, hopefully a great find. I know for the Yankees, it's been fun for us to watch, and a good teammate.
Randy Johnson, Steve Carlton, and CC Sabathia, the only 3 left-handers with 250-plus wins in the big leagues and putting up statistics like you've put up in your career. How good did it feel to get to that plateau?
Yeah, it felt good. You know, obviously being the 3rd lefty, but being the 3rd African American on that list with Bob Gibson and Fergie Jenkinson is awesome too. So that's a lot of fun. Being from Vallejo, California, I never thought, you know, I'd play this long and be able to put up those type of numbers. So it's been a blessing.
Runner at second with nobody out. The batter's Didi Gregorius, who took a strike from the right-hander Schwarren. And a good block by Vasquez on ball 1 down and in. How's the knee feeling? How's it holding up?
It's been pretty good. You know, this year I've only had 1 stint on the DL so far, but you know, overall it's been holding up pretty good. We got a pretty good plan in place, and you know, it's been good enough for me to get out there and make some starts.
No races against the freeze in your future?
Never. That wasn't happening with a healthy knee, though.
That's something to watch, isn't it?
That was fun. I'm glad that we got a chance to see that.
Yeah, that was awesome. 1 ball, 1 strike. Gregorius, wow. You've got the sausage race takeoff that's coming up here soon. So we're getting a taste of all of it here in London. I have read quotes by your teammates. Everybody's saying the right thing, and I get the sense that they're really excited, your teammates, to be here in London. It's not a fake public stance.
No, it's everybody was really excited to come on this trip and, you know, get a chance to you know, come over here and play the first series in the UK, and you know, get a chance. We got a lot of soccer fans on this team, so to get a chance to play in West Ham Stadium, you know, it's awesome for everybody. So everybody's really pumped up and excited.
Are you one of them? Are you a soccer fan?
I am. I'm a big Man United fan.
Fantastic. Well, good. So I want to talk briefly here, and then we'll let you go. You don't need to stay for the whole half inning unless you want to.
Yeah, I mean, I'm good.
Are you good? What else do you have to do? Right? You're in London, for God's sake. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Gregorius waiting and fouled over to the right. And this might be a tough question to answer, but does it feel like you have enough in your rotation to complement the great lineup that you have supporting you offensively?
I always feel like we have enough. I mean, I know, you know, being here with the Yankees, they're always going to try to make our team better and improve our team. But, you know, I always believe in our guys that we have here. And yeah, I do think we do have enough to get it done. But, you know, if we go out and add somebody, that'd be great, too. You know, but that's what we do here with the Yankees, is try to, you know, put the best team out there possible. And, you know, that's what you sign here for, is just have a chance to win every year.
You're going to retire at the end of the year. What are you going to do? What do you want to do with life the rest of the way?
I got 4 kids, man. I got a 15-year-old, 13, 10, and 8. So I just want to hang out with them. And, you know, my oldest is starting to get into, you know, some travel baseball and traveling around the country and playing. So it'll be nice to, you know, hang out with him and see my girls dance and just kind of be a dad and hang out in the summertime.
Good for you. Runner at second with nobody out. 3-2 pitch to Gregorius. And a walk from Schwarren.
CC, you've played long enough to see the game and philosophically change. You once through 96, 97, you could carry a team on your back, but you've been afforded the opportunity to learn how to adjust and pitch. How gratifying in a shift of baseball has it been for you to come full circle in your career?
Yeah, it's been amazing to have, you know, the support, you know, really of the Yankees to be able to help me, you know, turn this thing around. Having, you know, Larry here and you know, having Andy and Mo teach me the cutter. You know, it's been definitely a huge blessing to be here in this organization and, you know, have that opportunity to turn my career around and, you know, really learn how to pitch. You know, I'm having a lot of fun now, you know, getting guys out with less stuff, but actually learning how to pitch, knowing how to pitch.
2 on with nobody out. A chance to add to the lead for the Yankees, and a big swing and a miss by Encarnacion. Those two guys you mentioned are here. I saw them in the dugout, Andy and Mo. They're with you guys, huh?
Yeah, they've traveled. They travel with us, and you know, with the Yankees here, they do a good job of bringing a lot of the old guys back. So there are a lot of guys around all the time, and it's fun to be able to bounce stuff off of those guys, and they have all the experience in the world, obviously, you know, between them winning, you know, all those World Series. So it's just fun to have those guys as kind of like big brothers and mentors to, you know, help you guide you through your career.
Schwarren in a jam. 0-1 pitch to Encarnacion. Strike 2.
You know, the Yankees have always been known not only for their championships, but once CEO-like type players. And you guys have a blend of youth, veteran. Like, I think you have the perfect blend, and it looks like it shows on how much fun you have with guys that are able to lead the next great players into this kind of future. So that's unique. You don't see that in a lot of ball clubs where the game's got young, tremendous talent. You guys have a pretty good blend.
Yeah, we do. We have a really, really great blend. You know, obviously having Aaron Judge be, you know, one of the leaders, and then Gardy, you know, he's been here, you know, 12 years. So, you know, we have a full spectrum of players, you know, throughout all the way. So it's fun, and it shows, you know, having guys like Glaber and, you know, Clint Frazier when he's here, and just, you know, having that fun atmosphere in the clubhouse. And then you got old guys like myself, Eddie, Jay Happ, you know, to kind of hold it down. So it's a good clubhouse. We have a lot of fun, and we all pull for each other.
I could see you guys pulling maybe a little extra for Gardner when he hit that home run. Your bench erupted. I mean, I know home runs are fun, but Gardner is loved down in that clubhouse and dugout, isn't he?
No doubt, man. You know, he's our engine. When he goes, we go. So he's one of the toughest guys I've ever seen play and played with, and you know, it's just fun to see him doing well.
He did take on a batting helmet and lose, however.
Y'all got that video up there? Run that right quick. Is that?
Yeah, that took his lip. I guess you know,
he played it off good though.
Yeah, he did.
You're never too old to learn something new. Double, then a walk. There's nobody out, and a 1-2 count on Encarnacion.
Okay.
Schwarren is ready, and he gets a big swing and miss for out number 1. All right, CC, we're showing the video flashing back, and here it is on June 8th, robbed by Jordan Luplow, and then wow.
You know what was crazy is that he had just told DJ to be careful throwing your helmets because they bounce back, and man, that thing caught him perfect.
Wait a minute. He just told LeMahieu to be careful throwing your helmet right before that?
He had just told DJ a couple of days before that to be careful in that dugout because the helmets are bouncing back, and he didn't listen to his own advice.
Man, that's great. Well, he lived to tell. 2 on, 1 out. The batter is Aaron Hicks. And for a guy like you, CC, at this stage of your career, to be part of a team to kind of give this entree for Major League Baseball to Europe is a cool thing. I would imagine you're enjoying every minute of this.
Yeah, it's been a great experience, and even last year when I saw it on the schedule, I was like, oh, I got to come back. I got to try to pitch good enough to get one more year so I can be on this trip and enjoy this. But it's been a lot of fun. You know, like you said, at my age, you know, being 19 years in, getting a chance to do something new during the season, you know, always makes it fun and breaks it up.
By the way, did you know you're 32 strikeouts away from passing John Smoltz?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man.
Oh, yeah. Pulling hard, too.
How about that? 3,084 for Smoltz, and you're bearing down on him.
It's crazy. I watched him pitch so much, too, as a kid growing up in California, being on TBS all the time, you know, coming on at 4 o'clock every day. So I got a chance to watch you pitch all the time.
Go ahead and say it. As a baby, I'm old. I'm old.
I didn't want to say that, but yeah, I was in elementary school.
Just got off your tricycle and came in and watched Smoltz pitch. Runners at first and second, a double, a walk, a strikeout of Encarnacion and Hicks.
Well, my first year of broadcasting, I got to watch CC carry the Milwaukee Brewers personally and get them an opportunity against the Phillies. So
Yeah, that was some little run there at the end of that year for CeCe as Hicks just spoils the pitch and stays alive. That was fun. You never shied away from taking the ball when you were a Milwaukee Brewer.
No, that was fun. I mean, we had a great bunch of guys. That city was awesome. The organization was fun, and I was healthy. I was healthy enough, and I felt good. And I just didn't want the season to end. We had some injuries. Ben Sheets was dealing with a shoulder, and Giovanni was coming off a knee injury. So we were a little short. So I told Dale I'll pitch as much as possible, and got a chance to throw the ball in 3 days rest, which was a lot of fun.
Yeah, he took you up on it. Here's one fouled back to the screen.
But be honest, I mean, you were raking too. All these years in the American League, you got to feel a little cheated that you didn't get a chance to, use that bat a little more.
Yeah, I got a couple homers, but I definitely felt like I got a little cheated. We go to Citi Field after this, and I was begging, to let them give me a start in Citi Field so I can get a chance to maybe get one more hit. But
yeah.
My bat's slow now, man. It's got to be 85 right down the middle.
Hicks waiting for another delivery with a count 1-2. Schwarren, his first inning of work.
Oh.
And a high fly ball into left center field will drift over to Benintendi, and the runners hold 2 down. Mariano Rivera hasn't been talking at all about the home run he hit during Old Timers Day, has he?
Oh, man, that's all he's talking about. I mean, it's inside the Parker. He can't even get the ball to the warning track.
Well, you got in the great Dave Winfield, and then Reggie. Reggie's always around. Is he giving you some pearls of wisdom, Reggie Jackson?
Yeah, Reggie's always around. Reggie's awesome. He's always fun to be around and hang out with. I've got a great relationship here with him the last 11 years, and he was actually in my meeting for recruiting to come to New York. So we have a great relationship, and I have a lot of fun with Red. So it was good to see him on this trip.
Batter is Gleyber Torres. Reached base twice, walked, singled, scored a run. 2 on, 2 out now. They were on with nobody out. Schwarren. Wow.
CeCe, my last question. I mean, we take so many things for granted because we're creatures of habit in the game of baseball. And for years and years and years, pitching once every 5 days and sitting in that dugout at an angle different. What is that angle like, actually, sitting more behind home plate? Is it a different view?
It's definitely a way different view, but it's cool. It's cool to see the game from this angle. You get to see the pitches and stuff like that. So, we're kind of far back, kind of like Oakland, but it's a different angle. So it's pretty cool. I was telling Hap that right when the game started.
This one is fouled off to the right. You'd like to pitch a few more years if you could have this kind of foul territory to get some outs, wouldn't you?
Yeah, if I don't have to run to go catch the ball, yeah.
Backing up third's a little different.
Hey, man, it's been a pleasure watching you over the years. Finish strong. You got to be awfully proud with the way you've carried yourself through your career, and have a great end to the 2019 season. Whenever that happens, and enjoy your time with your kids.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Way to go. 33 more, buddy. Get it.
33 strikeouts shy of passing Smoltz.
That'd be so awesome.
1 ball, 1 strike, 2 on, 2 out. By the way, I got the name of the guy who just beat the Freeze in that sprint a moment ago. There's a base hit into left. Voit will be held. If it was the Freeze, they would have sent him. And the bases are loaded with 2 out. And Gardner coming up.
There's been some impressive battles at the plate with 2 strikes already in this shorter version. We're only in the 4th innings. Big 2-out hits, and the pitchers have had a ton of stress on them.
Jason Diamond, John. Jason Diamond,
legend now,
from New York City, is the young guy that beat the Freeze in the sprint.
What's going to happen to him when he goes home? I mean,
stardom. Life is changed forever. This is the stadium where Usain Bolt starred and successfully defended the 100 and the 200. And now add the name of Jason Diamond. Gardner with the bases loaded and 2 down. Strike 1.
Voit was having a little fun with Glaber there at third, trying to tell him he needed help getting home on that 2-out base hit.
Probably saying don't hit it so hard.
Yeah. He's definitely loose and enjoying his time in New York. Once a Cardinal and now already an icon with the Yankees, with their fan base.
And by the way, 3 for 3 in this game, and a guy who came in hitting .370 with 6 home runs in 13 games against Red Sox pitching in the short time he's been with the Yankees. I mean, he owns Boston Red Sox pitching.
And he's got the perfect name to be in New York, right? I mean, in a city where they'll let you know if you're not doing very well.
That's right.
You never know if they're booing or saying, "Ooh." I heard an interview with him and how much he's embraced and enjoyed the opportunity, and he's contributing at a high level.
Just a good hitter, period. And he's proven that at the end of last year. Helped the Yankees get to their 100 wins. They lost in the division series to the Boston Red Sox, but he's a cleanup hitter on this Yankee team. That's saying something. Gardner swings and misses for strike 2.
Well, that's where you can get. Mr. Gardner is down and in, but if it's up and in a little higher, he can golf it out of the stadium. We've already seen that. Doesn't get a ton of hits the other way. He'll slap it the other way, but his power is definitely right field.
This, by the way, will be pitch number 203 total in this game. And it's outside. And just to put that in perspective, major league high for a game this year is 415. We're only in the top of the 4th.
It's been a strange start to a game that everyone was getting a look at here in the UK. They're getting a chance to see Colorado Rockies type scores.
Schwarren trying to bend and not break. And he has gone as far as he can go.
Funky mechanics, and he's having a hard time locating consecutive pitches. Gives it all he has when he slings it to home plate. Now the pressure pitch, 3-2, bases loaded, nowhere to put anybody. And when you make this pitch selection, you're anticipating the hitter's going to swing. So if he's going to swing, you're going to throw your best secondary pitch and try to make it look like a strike and end up for a ball. Easier said than done with a 3-2 count.
Runners will take off. And that'll force home the 9th run of the game for the Yankees on a bases loaded walk and an RBI for Brett Gardner.
Yeah, Brett Gardner is stingy enough in this lineup, batting 9th, where he won't expand the strike zone.
Voit comes in to score, and it's 9-6 Yankees. Tuesday on Fox, as Dana Levangie comes out to talk to Schwarren. The U.S. faces red-hot England in an epic semifinal clash at the FIFA Women's World Cup. Coverage begins Tuesday at 2 Eastern on Fox, or watch live on the Fox Sports app.
Well, a lot of meetings already early in the game, and you would expect that at 9-6, and they're going to try to find a way for this young man to make 3 quality pitches, because the guy at the plate, LeMahieu, one of the best we've already documented, and getting the bat to the ball, and he could break this game open again for the Yankees with a clutch 2-out hit.
By the way, this city was alive with the England win to get them into the semifinal in that matchup against the U.S. women's national team on Tuesday. Bases are loaded. A run is in, 2 out. And LeMahieu looks at a breaking ball, up and in, ball 1.
He's just behind on all his pitches, getting underneath it. That's supposed to be a breaking ball, and it actually backed up. Bad recipe when you can't throw the ball to the area intended. Mistakes happen that way.
Die-hard Red Sox fans would be surprised to know that The ERA for the Red Sox bullpen here of late's been pretty good, but it's been the blown saves and just killer runs scoring at the end of ball games that have really cost them. Sidearm delivery, and it's fouled back to the screen. The Red Sox blew a 5-run lead against Toronto last Saturday, a week ago. They were 97-1 when leading after 8 last year, 33-4 in that category this year.
They're missing the edge. You know, they may have arms that get it done, but they're missing that one consistent edge. Obviously, Kimbrel was that. Joe Kelly had a nice job last year. Eovaldi from a starter to reliever.
That is fair down the line, and these guys can run for days. 3 runs are going to score. LeMahieu into second, and the Yankees break it open for the second time. Bases clearing, 2-out double by DJ LeMahieu, absolutely red hot. And it's 12-6.
Yeah, when you make a mistake to a guy who primarily likes to go the other way, this is a slider that doesn't break, stays inside, allows him to pull the baseball. Now they're shifted way over because he rarely hits the ball in this position down on the ground. So that was going to be the big hit that clears the bases. And unfortunately, he has not been able to make a consistent pitch with his secondary stuff to this Yankee lineup. And now trouble still, Aaron Judge at the plate.
It's a 6-run game again. 12-6, and this Yankee lineup just keeps thumping. Luke Voit got it started with his 3rd hit of the game, his 2nd double. He scored on the bases loaded walk. And the Yankee fans now making noise.
See, the difference in this game collectively for all the pitchers has been they've made quality pitches up until 2 strikes and just not enough good 2-strike pitches to put these hitters out. Good first slider to Judge. Can he throw another one? Can he repeat it? He hasn't shown that yet in this inning. It's been a long inning for him.
That's well hit to right, up and out. Judge 14-6 with a 2-run shot. They blew a 6-run first inning lead. They now lead by 8 3 innings later.
You could do a week's worth of 2-out hits and not come up with as many 2-out hits as both these teams combined in not even 4 innings yet. Just getting one more out has been difficult for each side. And Judge, one of the brightest, best stars in our game, unleashes one. Well, this is famous in Yankee Stadium. Doesn't need to be this far in Yankee Stadium, but this would have went out of any stadium in right field. And you can do that. Hit the ball the other way. Oh.
It's been a 6-run 4th inning for New York.
To beat the Yankees, you've got to pitch at the top of the zone with your fastball and have a secondary pitch, breaking ball, curveball, that you know where it's going. If you do not do that at all, that's why the elite pitchers have had success against them, the Verlanders, the likes. There's not that many of them anymore. You're going to be embarrassed, and you're going to have your ERA and statistics for the year could be ruined facing this team. And so far, we've seen that on display to the tune of 14 runs.
That catches the outside corner to Sanchez.
Tough position for Sanchez as a catcher. When you see a pitch you don't like as a hitter, you're almost tempted to not complain because you want to get that pitch for your pitcher. And he's the one position player that really cannot complain as much because he affects the other side when he goes and puts on his defensive position in that catcher.
Count stays at 2-2.
I mentioned this is more like a Colorado Rockies score. In their last 5 home games, both teams have scored 8 or more runs. I think that's a record. And you can understand it in Colorado. I don't think a lot of people thought coming over here in the UK we'd be able to see that double-digit type score. And we could see it by both teams. One's already there.
And I'm not sure it's the stadium to blame. I think it's bad pitching.
Yes, exactly.
Strikeout ends the inning. But another huge frame. 6 runs. The lead is the biggest of the night. The Yankees all smiles in London. 14-6. Little postcard from London as we continue here. And the first pitch is a strike from the right-hander David Hale into Rafael Devers, who's 2 for 2 with a pair of doubles, and now pops this one foul to fall into the hole, 0-2. Well, they climbed out of a first inning 6-run hole, and now the Red Sox just got kicked back down the mountain by their pitching, and the deficit is 8. Latest blow delivered by Aaron Judge. Ball 1 to Devers.
It really is amazing how a year can change. Not only the confidence you have in your ball club, of course, whether it's injuries or players you don't re-sign. But Red Sox knew they were better than everybody else last year. They showed it in every department. They showed it in their confidence. They came back in games. They dominated games. That's the way the Yankees feel right now. I mean, you couldn't have a worse start for the Yankees physically. And what happened is they just filled in and everybody did a job, and everyone kept looking, oh my gosh, when this team gets healthy, what are they capable of? Well, they're starting to get those guys back. Stanton, unfortunately, another injury that's going to keep him sidelined. Severino trying to come back, one of their aces.
And that's what leads you to possible additions to the starting rotation. They haven't had Severino at all. Domingo Germán, coming back from a strained left hip, should be back next week. Got off to a 9-1 start as the de facto ace. Talked to CC. The knee is okay. He's been on the IL. Jay Happ struggled his last time out.
And to me, the key acquisition that they made that was a difference maker and could still be that guy is James Paxton. He hasn't been able to stay healthy over a whole season. He's so dominant and has the capability of being that guy from the left-handed side that could really bolster this staff if he gets connected in the second half and stays healthy.
3-2. Devers flies into center for Hicks. We gave you that time lapse of how they got this field ready. Well, here's how they got the materials here. 50 tons of field turf from France.
Wait a minute, that truck can't drive over the water. How'd that happen?
Oh, well, there's ways to make that happen. 340 tons of clay soil, conditioner dirt shipped from New Jersey. And then the fence padding for this ballpark from Montreal was flown over. And in 3 weeks, give or take, they did have to deal with some rain. They got this place ready, and like you said earlier, can't expect everybody to be with us the entire time. They'll just tear this out, store it, and have it ready for the Cardinals and Cubs next June as Bogaerts shoots it foul, 0-2.
Yeah, it really is intriguing to see how they were going to put it together. I was part of the Australian series with the Diamondbacks and the Dodgers, and that was truly, it was such fun to see a culture really grasp our sport. And now the same thing's being done here, and looks like at least for the next 2 years we'll be able to be part of baseball here in London.
Bogaerts shoots it into right, a 1-out base hit by Xander, on base for the second time in the game.
The other thing I was intrigued, you know, you never know, right? The white seats have been filled up by fans, but they're white seats. We don't see white seats in baseball. And it looks like the hitters are loving the hitting background. I mean, there's been a ton of hits. We talked about the pitching not being exactly perfect, but the structure in center field, the batter's eye, where it helps the hitter see the ball coming from a pitcher. You don't want anything behind the pitcher where it gives them an unfair advantage by not seeing the baseball. It has definitely contributed to a lot of offensive runs to two teams that have the capability of scoring a lot of runs.
J.D. Martinez, 1-on-1 out, 0-1 the count. Little flare caught by Gregorius. And that's out number 2 as we welcome you inside the broadcast booth. We're kind of out here with our friends above us, and Red Sox radio's right over there. Yankees, I can see John Sterling from my seat.
It's pretty cool.
Right down the row. And it's been great. I mean, this has been fun. It's been well received. It's been really a smashing success here in 2019. And Major League Baseball, they led with their best. You know, this is not some throwaway series. This is Yankees and Red Sox, and you know, many regard that the best rivalry in this game, and then Cubs and Cardinals next year.
It's perfect. Two perfect teams to start it off. Hasn't been perfect for the pitchers as we see another pitcher come into the game.
We'll tell you who that is when we come back on the other side of the break in a 14-6 game with the Yankees on top.
Game goes into extras. You hop online, use your Bank of America credit or debit card, and get discounted team gear at the MLB shop. So you don't have to show up at games looking like this guy.
Sanchez. That is his 100th career home run. He's the fastest catcher ever to 100 and the second fastest player ever to 100.
That ball's drilled. Give him 3. George Springer, a line drive. Out takes on undefeated Keith, one-time Thurman for the World Welterweight Championship in the biggest fight of the year, July 20th, live on pay-per-view and the Fox Sports app. Manny Pacquiao is back at it, and Nestor Cortez Jr. is at it on the mound. The left-hander takes over with 1 on, 2 out. And the left-handed hitting Andrew Benintendi coming up.
Yeah, the Yankees again have created some space and less stress for the bullpen. But everybody who plays the Yankees knows the 6th inning mark is very important. And with an 8-run lead, history has shown this great bullpen won't give it up.
It's anchored by Aroldis Chapman, former closer Zach Britton, who's an all-star with Baltimore, is down there. Canely, Ottavino. Got some guys obviously that can throw hard. Dellin Betances. It's been fits and starts, and still trying to get him back on track. But he has not been available all season to this point. The former all-star. First pitch fouled back by Benintendi, and now the 0-1 by Cortez is popped up on the infield. Foul ground. LeMahieu sends this game, the first of 2 in London, into the 5th. 14-6. Yankees on top. Baseball season. Geico is donating tickets to honor military members and their families at Major League stadiums around the country through the Geico Seats for Service program. Today we welcome 20 service members from the Ramstein Air Base Group and their guests. 14-6 game. They've seen plenty of offense, and Schwarren's going to go back to work. He had a long first inning in the 4th as the Yankees batted around for the 2nd time in this game, and the guy that greeted Schwarren with a double Luke Voigt leads it off in the 5th and takes a strike. Well, we had it. We had the race. We showed you the freeze, and what we just had a moment ago was interesting with the mascot races. It happens in Milwaukee with the sausage races. We've got the presidents in D.C.
This was an online vote to who they wanted to see, right?
Yeah,
something like that.
Interesting picks. Interesting picks. Show it to you in a moment. 1 ball, 1 strike. Voigt looking for his 4th hit of the game. Yankees gave up 2 pitchers to the Cardinals to get Voigt, who grew up in St. Louis. Never really got a full shot to do what he's doing with the Yankees with St. Louis, and so he goes to the brightest lights in the Bronx and just takes off.
It's amazing. Certain clubs sometimes are blessed with options, and those options prevent guys from having an opportunity. At first base, it was almost a revolving door. They had a lot of options in St. Louis, and now they went out and got Paul Goldschmidt, so that's the final cue to that. But this is a product of just not having those opportunities, as you mentioned, and now thriving here in New York.
You have absolute nerves of steel, John Smoltz.
What, that little buzz thing that went
That
by?
buzz, these little things that we pull up behind us.
Yeah.
To make it look like we're in a booth and in some sort of a studio.
Oh, it went down.
Just unraveled, and you didn't flinch.
Well, you know, no brain, no headache.
Here's one into left center. Voigt has got 4 hits and hurt himself. Safe with a double, but he hangs his head. Looked like a leg injury going into second base, and they are going to come out and check on him. This guy's got a 4-hit night going on a warm night, and watch him. He kind of wasn't sure whether to go or not.
Yeah, and then once he got committed, he realized, uh-oh, right here, uh-oh. And I'll just take what happens. And he got lucky to get a double, but he's hoping to stay in this game and be lucky he avoided any kind of injury as he rounds the bag. Kind of a misstep there, and then you could see right around there he's pulling up. And this has been a story all year for the Yankees. They don't need any more of this, and for precaution they're going to take him out of the game. You know, you hope it's cramps. You just hope it's just everything that led up to this game, and just the fact that he's been on the bases a lot.
I mean, it is hot and it is humid, and maybe dehydration, which leads to cramps. That could be.
Yeah, you just hate it. The guy was having an unbelievable game. Was that his 4th hit?
Yeah, 4th hit, 3rd double
by the 5th inning.
Urshela will come in. He's another great story.
Wow, the training staff's been busy in New York, and they will be busy again.
That's the great Steve Donahue, who is going to go in and check on Luke Voigt. And Urshela is in the game at second base. By the way, an 87-degree day. They go Celsius around these parts. 31 degrees Celsius. Humidity 41%. Urshela at second. Gregorius, strike 1.
And obviously everything's perspective. When you come from other parts of the country, you're used to the heat. That's not part of this region, so they've experienced something they usually don't get a lot of, and that's a rather warm day.
This is like a typical June Midwest of the United States day. Runner at second, nobody out, and somehow Gregorius got out of the way, and it skips back to the backstop, which sends Urshela to third. And this has been a nightmare for Schwarren.
I know they're trying to. He's trying to get the ball in to get him to swing over the top of it. It's like the 2nd or 3rd time this has happened to Didi. Just mechanically, he's not connected with the pitches he's trying to throw. And Yankees with opportunities to run, scorers and runner position has been fantastic.
Wild pitch sends the runner Urshela over to third. Yankees have gone 7 for 12 with runners in scoring position in this game. We're only in the 5th. 8-run lead. And that's up the middle for another run for the Yankees. And another RBI for Didi Gregorius. Urshela taps home plate. Gregorius has 3 RBIs, 2 runs scored, and now 2 hits.
It's been a rough night so far for the Red Sox. But for the Yankees, they are getting fattening up on their statistics.
Now 8 for 13, 4 doubles, 2 home runs with runners in scoring position are the Yankees. And that foul tip off the bat of Encarnacion takes the mask off the face of Christian Vasquez. Kenny, what do you have on Edwin Encarnacion?
Well, Joe, you know how everyone fancies themselves an insider. Well, Mariners infield coach Perry Hill tweeted about an hour ago. Is Edwin Encarnacion the first player in MLB history to play a game on 3 different continents in the same season? If so, first reported here. Actually, the man known as Bone, Perry Hill, might be onto something. Encarnacion started the season in Japan with the Mariners, of course played plenty of games in North America, and now is here in Europe.
Strong, Kenny, strong. 0-1 pitch is fouled away, strike 2. And by the way, for the Red Sox, this is the beginning of quite the trek toward the All-Star break. It's a 2-week, 3-country, 4-city trip if you add in Cleveland at the end, which is where the All-Star game is on the 9th. And we know for sure Alex Cora will be there managing the American League. It's his first ever All-Star game in any capacity. He's looking forward to it, but it's the end of a long trek. They go here, London. They go Toronto, Detroit, Cleveland. And that All-Star game on July 9th is right here on Fox.
Hey, we're doing that game.
We are. It's the first time in a long time. As a strikeout is out number 1 of this 5th inning that I look at the lineups of the 2 leagues and I think the National League may be better.
Yeah,
at least with regard to the starting lineup.
Yeah, due to the injuries, a lot of the injuries that the American League has suffered, and the greatness of the National League years that are having from Yelich and Bellinger and Acuna. I mean, that is a stocked lineup for the National League, and certainly the voting, everybody did a nice job getting those people well represented at those positions.
Pitchers and reserves will be announced on Sunday. We'll give you the American League later. I mean, my gosh, we've got plenty of time. That we know. As a left-hander, Josh Taylor comes in for the Red Sox. The full rosters for the MLB All-Star Game will be announced on the Google All-Star Selection Show on ESPN. Then on July 8th, it's the T-Mobile Home Run Derby on ESPN. All leading up to the biggest event of the summer, the MLB All-Star Game July 9th, only on Fox. Left-hander Josh Taylor has been impressive. Is into the game. Porcello, Brewer, Wright, Schwarren, Taylor. And we're only in the 5th.
Yeah, when you have games like this and you were a pitcher your whole life like me, you start playing different games with the scoreboard. 6:02. Start playing the area code game. 6 runs in the first, 0 in the 2. That's Phoenix. 2-6-1. The next one you would play.
Here's one into left center. That's going to get down. Another hit. Bradley cuts it off.
2-6-1, Madagascar.
Look at you.
It's just stuff you do when you're bored and sitting there.
But that's not. Did you have access to the internet when you were playing?
No, we'd have to go ask somebody and look it up in between innings. But I mean, you got to come up with something. You got to think of something. Otherwise, these kind of games, which don't happen very often, drive you crazy.
Third hit of the inning.
So Phoenix and Madagascar. So play along at home. See what what this game has to offer as far as the area code for the rest of the innings to be played.
2 on, 1 out. Torres, strike 1. We should start prank calling Madagascar. What area code is 15170?
Oh, that's those are lottery numbers. That's
good point. That's what the Yankees have. And by the way, on the scoreboard, instead of R, H, and E, which we know back home to be runs, hits, and errors, they just spelled it out. 690, is that an area code? Look that up with your fancy machine.
Yeah, it's got to be.
1 ball, 1 strike on Gleyber Torres. Been on base 3 times with a walk, 2 singles. He scored twice, and Taylor steps off. We still haven't shown the race of the mascots that were created out of whole cloth for this 2-game set. That gets away from Vasquez. Man, he's had a long night. And the runners advance to second and third.
I'll botch that. So the 6'9" area code is
Tokelau.
Tokelau. Yeah.
I never had geography in high school. They didn't teach that where I went. I missed that one. Tokelau.
Country somewhere.
What a can of worms you've opened. They're making fun of us now in the BBC. That's upstairs. And the count goes to 3-1. Coming to London, and we're playing the area code game with John Smoltz.
Well, you know, things to do here. You don't have your average 15-6 Yankees Red Sox game by the 5th inning.
Man, this is ugly. Here we go. That walk loads him up. Here's the race. You got Henry VIII, the Loch Ness Monster, which, as it turns out, had nothing in the way of foot speed. You've got Winston Churchill, cigar and all, and then Freddie Mercury. The Freeze bit the dust earlier, but Freddie Mercury, he is the champion.
Well, earlier we were treated to some much needed food, as we've been here a long time. Got some fun food facts here we could throw in that will be estimated consumed here in the 2-game series.
Here's Gardner hammering at that pitch from Taylor. Strike 1.
The boomstick, which is something that will about 3,000 people will consume. It's a huge, long, foot-long hot dog.
I think it's 2 feet.
Yeah, it came over with.
We still have it. It's still living in the back of this makeshift booth.
Hot dogs and sausages, 25,000 of them. And
are you serious?
That
is something. Folks at Delaware North provided that for us. Here's one to the right side, foul. All right, light up the booth again. We can show you the.
This is an impressive hot dog.
Made all the more impressive 3 hours later.
It's huge.
This thing is curdled. The jalapenos are not looking good.
We crushed the nachos. They did a nice job with the nachos.
There you go. I mean, these folks were nice enough to bring it to us, and we're showing old food. That's not nice. 0-2 on Gardner, who has homered. That's outside, and then walked with the bases loaded for an RBI in the 4th. That's Mom's fabulous hot dogs. For those of you tuning in for the U.S. Senior Open, our coverage of golf is available on FS1 and the Fox Sports app. Where are you, Smoltz? besides London.
Yeah. Thinking about the U.S. Senior Open.
Time called. False start. Time called. No balk. Thank goodness, because then somebody would have to explain to somebody in the seats what a balk is. I'm not even sure I could do it in 3 sentences or less. Josh Taylor, the left-hander, with a 1-ball, 2-strike count on Brett Gardner, and now 2-2.
Seen a lot of these counts in this game. A lot of 2-strike counts, but not a lot of put-away pitches. I don't think the Red Sox were counting on this many guys getting into the game in the rotation when they looked at this series and saw Porcello would be on the mound and kind of count 6 and 7 innings. That's what he does every single time.
2-2 pitch. We'll do it again. 95. That's the good stuff that Alex Cora told us before the game. Josh Taylor possesses. They had to dip in early. Porcello, the Red Sox starter. Second straight rough start. This one in a new category, went 1/3 of an inning, allowed 6 runs on 5 hits. Red Sox need to get Nathan Eovaldi back. That's strike 3 for out number 2, and Gardner wants to be the first guy thrown out of a game in Europe.
Well, every at bat's an important one. A competitor in Gardner was saying, look, you know, indirectly, the score shouldn't indicate that pitch being called a strike, and he wants to let him know he's got to bear down. And
he went straight John McEnroe at Wimbledon on him.
He sure did. He just didn't throw anything.
You cannot be serious. So 2 out and back to the top of the order, and the scorching DJ LeMahieu. If he continues at this pace and he sits on top of the heap batting average wise in the American League, he'd be the first guy in the modern game to win a batting title in each league.
Yeah, it's impressive. And look, I just think a guy like this type of hitter gives hope that you could find more of them in this style of baseball, where there's a ton of home runs, and we've seen them. But there's value in putting the ball in play,
as he does here, but foul. Yeah, a 346 average, and being able to spray the ball to all different parts of the park, and to have the ability to hit it the other way with authority like LeMahieu has, that will never go out of style.
Yeah, I mean, this is game changer for the Yankees when they signed him, and a lot of people were scratching their head going, can he really get 500 at bats with the lineup that the Yankees have? And not only will he get those 500 at bats, he'll play a lot more than maybe anticipated. But they talked to him when they signed him, saying, look, we're going to get you 4 out of 5 games a week. This is not one of those like depth things where we could just claim we got the best on the bench.
That's because he can play second, he can play third, obviously he can play first. With the right field at Yankee Stadium, you could probably stick him out there, and he could handle himself in right, and he can play anywhere.
It's amazing how things work out when you sit back and look. You know, Andujar gone for the year, third baseman, young guy. We already talked about Stanton and Judge being out most of the year. Didi being out.
Another hit from LeMahieu through the left side. 1 run scores. Here comes another. 2 more runs, and it's 16-6. Gregorius able to score, as did Aaron Hicks, and LeMahieu now has a 4-hit game and has driven in 5 and has scored 2. 17-6 with a run scoring earlier on the RBI by Didi, and this is an 11-run game. You know, you can look at the bullpen for the Boston Red Sox and say Joe Kelly and Craig Kimbrell aren't there. As Judge looks at ball one down and in. Kelly's out in LA with the Dodgers. Kimbrell just called up this week by the Chicago Cubs after getting into shape first in Arizona, then in Iowa. But to me, it's the starting rotation.
Yeah,
they're not getting deep enough into games. That bullpen for the Red Sox is just overworked.
Yeah, and a byproduct again of the way the year ended last year. I mean, the Red Sox were unconventional, which helped them win the World Series by using their starters in between starts in relief in the bullpen. Well, evidently taking their time and making sure that David Price is healthy, and Sale started off real slow, and Porcello hasn't got on track. That has been the big indicator to me of why they're not the same team as they were last year. Signing Eovaldi, he getting hurt. And when the Eovaldi sign was, to me, that was like, okay, that's insurance. If they don't sign Kimbrell, there's your guy at the end of the year that you could plug in based on his success in the postseason and be a wipeout closer. But time will tell if that's the issue that they go with, because they signed him to start.
Counts 3-0 on Judge. It's a 17-6 ball game. And if Judge reaches, the Yankees will bat around for the third time in 5 innings.
It's amazing. And I know you're wondering, we talked too soon about the area code. It changed to 263, which is now Zimbabwe.
Man,
I'm going to learn a lot in this game of where certain places are and how to just get a hold of people.
Here's a 3-1 pitch to Judge, and a fly ball into right for Mookie Betts. We showed you the majority of the race, but here's the end of it. Freddie Mercury. And then strutting his stuff halfway through it in Game 1 of London. Today's telecast is sponsored by Budweiser. Join the team that enjoys responsibly. Budweiser reminds you to drink wiser. As you look at these freshly constructed clubhouses, players were thrilled with the accommodations here at London Stadium. They have smaller locker rooms for soccer, so they needed bigger rooms for these guys and the rosters and everybody else that is part of the traveling party. And they built dugouts, they built new clubhouses, offices for managers, as Christian Vasquez takes up in the count 1-1 from Nestor Cortez. What a job they did here at London Stadium.
Yeah, they did a nice job. It's kind of like you know, movie sets, creating what you see and know at home, and for the most part they covered every measure.
1 ball, 1 strike out in front of the plate. Sanchez, that's a nice play. And let's send it down to Ken Rosenthal.
Thanks, Joe. Commissioner, this day was years in the making. Took a lot of planning, a ton of work. Is it what you thought it would be?
It's actually better than I believed it could be. The atmosphere here, just absolutely fantastic. 2 hours before the game, we were counting the people in the stadium. We had over 15,000 people in the ballpark 2 hours before the game, which is just great for us. You know, hats off to my staff. They've done a fantastic job pulling this event off.
Now, from the moment you became commissioner in 2015, you have been adamant about this sport growing internationally. Why is that so important for baseball?
Well, look, I think any business needs to grow. Our world is becoming increasingly globalized, smaller. And even though we are the quintessential American game, I think we need to be bigger internationally.
What's the next step?
The next step. Well, we're coming back here next year. We know the next step. But I really would like to play in other cities in Europe. I think it's important for us to do more than just London. London, love the fact that we're coming back next year. Couldn't be better. But I hope that we'll be able to play other places in Europe.
All right, last question. What about this Yankee offense?
Wow, it's something. You know, they are really, really. You look down the lineup, there's just no soft landing for a pitcher. you kind of feel sorry for the guys that have to pitch against them. They're great right now.
Commissioner, thanks very much. Joe, back to you.
All right, thank you, and thanks to Commissioner Manfred. Meanwhile, Brock Holt, who's been dealing with a hamstring strain, looks a little iffy coming back to the dugout after trying to leg out that slow roller. So we'll check on that as this game continues. Again, a hot day in London. Dehydration could be a part of that, but Holt is struggling.
A lot more footage from first base to the dugout with this foul territory. But to your point, at this point, the Red Sox, who rallied in the first inning and just got right back in this game, have not really been relevant since. It's 17-6. It is a humbling enough score against any team, but even more humbling when it's against your rivals and division leaders, the Yankees.
Again, the Red Sox start this 2-game set against the first place Yankees 9 out. Two balls, 2 strikes on Chavis in an 11-run ball game. Tampa Bay Rays, who were swept by the Yankees recently. Here's a quick pitch. How about that? We're seeing it all here in London. The Yankees have 4 games with them before the All-Star break. A 4-game set down in Florida. I mean, they could be, if they're not already, walking away with this American League East.
Well, there was at one point all 3 divisions with massive leads, and I know Houston has kind of stumbled a little bit, but everybody anticipates that lead will be double digits before it's too long, even though Texas having a great year.
There's a chopper to Didi, and Gregorius makes a nice play, and it's a 1-2-3 frame. That'll send us into inning number 6. 17-6 New York.
Down the line.
Get ready for some fireworks.
Mine, the bats. Cheerio.
Yankee offense tonight, and they're about to go back to work. 6 players with 2 or more hits, 2 players with 4. That's LeMahieu and Voit, who was injured. No further word on his situation. 9 extra base hits. 5 players with 2 or more RBIs. Right-hander Ryan Brazier takes over, trying to slow this steamroller down a little bit.
Leads the team in saves. Certainly just getting some work right now.
I think they went about it the right way with the 2 off days. It feels funny to these guys to have back-to-back off days without a weather situation and it not being the All-Star break. But they got a chance to see the city, see the sights in London on Thursday. Both teams did that. Went back to work on Friday, practiced here at the stadium, and now playing today, tomorrow, and then out of here back to the States, and in the case of the Boston Red Sox, off to Toronto.
Yeah, it's the second day. The reason, you travel this far, and again, baseball players travel all the time. They're used to staying in proximity cities, and 3 times at a time or 4 times. It will be their longest flight of the year, of course. And I think you needed that second day to kind of recoup.
Josh Taylor ends up going 2/3 of an inning, allowed 1 run. Mike Schwarren went an inning and a third, allowed 8 runs on 6 hits.
I know I'm no longer in fighting shape, but I took 20 naps after I got here that next day.
So
kind of warmed me out.
Yeah. For you. Fly ball into center. Sanchez got under it, and so did Bradley to make the catch. Today's telecast is sponsored by Consumer Cellular, where low rates and award-winning service are just the beginning, and by Ford Pass, built to keep you moving. The London Eye. You big Ferris wheel guy?
Not really. To be honest, I've been on it. It's that big, not that one. and wasn't crazy about it.
And you're up there for a while.
Yeah, that's the part I wasn't crazy about.
From what I understand, and this was information given to me by a cabbie over here in London, but you get on, and then you just go station by station all the way around until you make one revolution and you step off.
Yeah.
Oh, whoa! How in the world, as Urshela hits a laser back to Brazier, did he make that catch? And thank God he did.
This is about as close as it comes. He falls off to the first base side, leaning, and then gets the glove.
Oh my gosh!
Right up in time. Urshela, who has been a huge surprise offensively for the Yankees, squares this up. I'm telling you what, that's a big time if you're a pitcher.
That heart has got to be racing. And it's just reflex.
Yeah.
That gets the glove up there, and thank goodness it went up. Good popping fastball here to Didi Gregorius for strike one. Gregorius has been on base 3 times with a 2-run double, a ground out, a walk, an RBI single. He has scored 3 times and has driven in 1.
You know, I mean, the rash of Tommy John surgeries is well spoken of in baseball, and obviously always a pitcher. But the last couple have just blown me away with Didi and Seager.
2 shortstops.
And it does happen. Position players do fall victim to what primarily is a pitching injury. But at least for them, the recovery is a lot shorter for them because of the limited throwing that they have to do from their position.
I have been doing baseball since I was 19. I am now 50. On a few occasions, I've gone out and stood at shortstop and tried to make that throw, just messing around before a ball game. It's a long throw.
It is.
And I don't think people realize, even diehard fans, how long that throw is, especially from deep in the hole.
Well, the way the game's played now with the shifts, second basemen can no longer get away without a strong arm. They say a lot of second basemen back in the day good at turning double plays, but didn't have the arm strength.
Slapped into left center. Bradley coming on, and he's good. And Brazier turns in a 1-2-3 inning, and that, people of the world, is the first time the Yankees have gone in order. Bottom of the 6th. Yankees up 11. MLB on Fox, London series presented by Tide. We're in the east end of London as Jackie Bradley Jr. skies one into left at the wall. It's gone. And the Red Sox fans have a chance to cheer, and Jackie Bradley Jr., who's been hot since the calendar turned to June, has his 9th home run of the year and 3rd hit of the night.
Yeah, that's big for Jackie Bradley. Even a game that looks like they're going to lose, his emergence back into the lineup. He was really struggling the first quarter of the season, and you know, with a guy with the defensive skills that he possesses, if he can get anything offensively, what a weapon he becomes for the Red Sox.
Here's Betts. Fly ball, foul ball. Judge can't get there. He was hitting. Jackie was 194 through the first 2 months, and his average slowly creeping up.
Yeah, nice job, lefty on left, and good effort by Gardner. I got to come clean with something after this pitch, Joe.
Okay.
For those who are watching and understand the true form of the area code game, I was kind of, for the sake of TV, cheating a little bit. You can really only do 1, 2, 3, right? That's the first one. So 6-3-0 is the second one. You get 3 opportunities for the area code. So 6-0-2 is Phoenix, 6-3-0 Chicago. That's how you really play the game. But since we needed to fill some time, I kind of combined the.
Someone call you on that?
No, my phone doesn't work right now. Doesn't have the internet. But I just felt compelled to come clean with all those years of.
You're nothing if not honest. I know you didn't get it off Twitter.
No.
2-2. Got him on the outside corner, and Mookie Betts has been upset with 2 strike 3 calls in this game. He's 1 for 4. 1 out. First strikeout for Nestor Cortez. By the way, when Voit left, Urshela took over. He's at third, and that kicks DJ LeMahieu over to first for the Yankees. Here's a strike on the outside corner to Rafael Devers.
And what's not really going unnoticed for the Yankees is the job Cortez Jr. is doing. Looks like he could potentially eat up a few more innings and save that bullpen for tomorrow to use all its resources that they would like to use in a closer game, if so be it.
That's outside. 2 balls and a strike on Devers, who doubled his first 2 times up. Was driven in 1, scored a run, fly to center his next time. And the count 2-2. With the trip here to London, the Yankees and the Red Sox got to add 1 active player to their roster, so each side comes in with 26 active players and bring 2 guys on, in essence, a taxi squad in case there's an injury while we play here in London. Devers hustling, and he is out number 2. Baseball's 2 biggest events of the summer back-to-back. The action begins the T-Mobile Home Run Derby on ESPN July 8th at 8 in Cleveland. Then catch baseball's biggest stars, the 90th MLB All-Star Game presented by MasterCard July 9th. Right here on Fox. Coverage begins at 7:30 Eastern.
$1 million for the home run competition this year.
That's going to get some players' attention. We never showed you the AL starters, and again the pitchers and reserves will be announced tomorrow on ESPN. That skips in, ball and a strike. Here's the American League, and like you said, because of injuries, it's maybe not as impressive as in the past, but still.
There's some good stories there too. Of course, Hunter Pence coming back after really some injuries in his career with San Francisco. Was it to Mexico or somewhere to play, and then Texas took a chance on him, and now he's at the All-Star game.
How about Texas? They're 10 over. They're 4.5 out at the start of the day.
Chris Woodward, first-year manager, doing a great job in what typically most people thought was, you know, a rebuilding situation. Beltre retired. They lost some players. Got a new stadium coming, so the future was trying to build towards that. Well, the future has been a nice first half.
That's a strike. Their current stadium feels to me like it's 2 weeks old.
Right.
It's been a quick turnaround, but it's right next door.
It is, but it's going to be a huge advantage for them, having the dome. They thought it was hot here. You don't know hot till you get to Texas in the middle of the summer and try to play the bulk of your games in that kind of oppressive heat. So,
you know what restaurant sits between the new ballpark in Arlington for the Rangers and where the Cowboys play at AT&T?
No.
Troy's. Troy Aikman, restaurateur.
Wow, did not know that.
How about that? Strikeout ends the inning. And that sends this game into the 7th. Attaboy. That little Red Sox fan knows what to do. Put it away and keep it safe. Back after this. (17-7) is the score through 6. Number of changes for the Boston Red Sox. Just back on the active list is a right-hander who's been out with the bad back, Hector Velasquez. We did a start of his at Fenway earlier in the year, but he's more valuable to them out of the bullpen. Christian Vasquez goes from behind the plate to third base. Sandy Leon does the catching now. Marco Hernandez at second. And Sam Travis is out in left. Travis, by the way, is that extra 26th active player for the Red Sox for this series, and he's into the ball game. So Vasquez from behind the plate. There's Travis out in left, and that means Leon does the catching. 1-0 pitch is fouled. Chavis can't get there. 1 ball, 1 strike. Batter is Edwin Encarnacion.
Yeah, it's amazing when you see all the hits. There's always somebody, right, that doesn't contribute very much in a game like this, or feels like how in the world he's only got 1 hit. That seems like, what are you doing? Everybody's got 2. Everyone's got 3 or 4. He's going to get plenty of hits for this team.
There's a strike from Velasquez. They're happy to get him back. They'll get Heath Hembry back this next week, and they also, talking about the Red Sox, were hopeful to get Steve Pearce, their first baseman DH pinch hitter type, back this week coming up. As a swing and a miss for a strikeout starts this 7th inning, but Pearce came out of the game yesterday, and so they don't know what his status is going forward. He too has been out with a bad back.
Well, I feel the same way about the Red Sox as I felt about the Washington Nationals about 3 weeks ago. And that is, they're going to make a run. The Nationals pitching staff's too good. Their starters can dominate, and we've seen them get back to 500 really quick. Scherzer's back to his old self, and I really still anticipate that the Red Sox have that in them with Sale, Price, Porcello. If Eovaldi comes back, Edward Rodriguez has so much potential. And it's going to start with their starters dominating again, giving that edge back, making the team feel a lot better about not having to cover so many innings. Sale has kind of come back from a really rough start. But that's the only way the Red Sox are going to get back into that position that strike fear in the other team. David Price has been real good. Maybe not pitching deep enough in the game. All trying to kind of get them ready for the stretch run, maybe. You almost feel like there's a button they're waiting to push to just hit boost. And it just hasn't happened yet. Meanwhile, the Yankees are in such a cruise in such a dominant way that you get the perception that, okay, the division might be theirs, and now we got to find a way to position ourselves in a postseason spot.
2 balls and a strike on Aaron Hicks, who homered back in the first to chase the Red Sox starter Rick Porcello and hit the first home run in a regular season MLB game in Europe, happening here at London Stadium. For those of you tuning in for the U.S. Senior Open, our coverage of golf is available on FS1 and the Fox Sports app. Time called. It's hard to believe that Chris Sale has not won at Fenway since last August.
It is hard to believe. I mean, just the stretch that he's been on, and he's had a lot of dominant games in that stretch, just hasn't won them.
Back-to-back strikeouts. Welcome back Hector Velasquez, 2 out.
I mean, the other thing hard to believe that you don't think is going to continue, the Red Sox are 500 at home, and that's a stadium that has such a home field advantage, not only with their crowd but their stadium configuration. You know that trend's not going to continue.
This, by the way, goes on their home record.
Yeah.
500, 20-20, and 24-18 on the road are the Red Sox, and 9 back at the start of the game behind the Yankees. 2 out. Gleyber Torres takes a strike, and Velasquez looks good. Torres has been on base all 4 times he's stepped in. A walk, a single, a walk. 22 and a stud. That is a fair ball. Bobbled. Out is made as Michael Chavis gets it to Velasquez. And And we will stay here for the 7th inning stretch after back-to-back 1, 2, 3 innings put up by Boston pitching.
The 7th inning stretch, as is tradition in baseball in the United States. Please rise and join us as stadium organist and DJ Ray Castoldi plays, and we all sing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game."
And some changes here in a 17-7 game with the Red Sox batting in the bottom of the 7th. So Tauchman takes over in right, and Austin Romine behind the plate. Sanchez gets the rest of this hot night off to save a little wear and tear on the legs.
The Red Sox are hoping just to save a little face by getting a few more runs to feel good going into tomorrow's game, a shorter turnaround. I'm sure they're a little shocked to see the score, as a lot of people here might say, blimey, because that's surprise. You know, I'm surprised that this game got to this score. First inning said it all, 6-6.
That is down. You mentioned it. Nestor Cortes Jr. doing good work out of the bullpen. Gave up a home run last inning, a leadoff shot by Bradley, but he's getting outs and saving the rest of the pen. 2-2 now on JD Martinez. Meanwhile, tomorrow's starters, the Yankees never did formally announce who their starter would be. The wisdom was it would be Chad Green as the opener. He pitched in this game, so it'll be somebody else against Eduardo Rodriguez.
Well, for the Yankees, somewhat of a recipe of success, if you're going to have one, is throw a left-handed pitcher at him.
And strike 3 over the inside corner, and we've seen Cortes quick pitch and now slow pitch. That little windup had an extra delay to it, and then he hit the inside corner.
Now this one looked down to JD, and it was down. And good pitch, a little bit of a different delivery, a Louis Tiant type.
Yeah. And you can see why JD wasn't happy as Sam Travis digs in, his first at bat. Took over for Benintendi, who went 0 for 3 in his London debut. Only bench player left for Alex Cora is Eduardo Nunez. That's down the right field line. Long run, and Tauchman diving catch just into the ball game. Shaking out that right hand on a brilliant grab. What a jump he got.
Yeah, great catch. Looks like he might have got a little turf burn as his hand kind of goes down. But what a great catch. Being left-handed, a little more difficult going away as the ball was slicing.
He just rolled over that glove hand, and hopefully he's okay. Ken Rosenthal, he got the call when Stanton went back on the IL instead of Frazier, and that's exactly why he got the call with this London series coming up.
That's right. The defense, Joe, the expansive foul territory, they thought he'd be more useful defensively. He got the call Wednesday about 1:30 p.m. He was driving to the ballpark, Scranton Wilkes-Barre. Manager Jay Bell called him and said, turn around, pack your bags, which he did. Then he went to the ballpark to pack up his baseball gear. Meanwhile, he called his wife, Eileen. She was in Chicago working. She has a marketing job for an insurance company. She left work immediately, got herself to London. Talkman made his way to Yankee Stadium in a car. It was a car that was sent for him. There was naturally a lot of traffic on the GW Bridge. A cop helped him get through. Right at the end, he gets to the stadium 15 minutes before the bus to the airport was leaving.
Oh. There's some stress there. Oh my gosh.
That is into left center field. Good piece of hitting by Vasquez. Count in his favor. And Christian Vasquez, who has a sac fly for an RBI, now his first hit. They bring in Sandy Leon. Major League Baseball is always live with MLB At Bat. Follow your favorite team's action with game tracking and video highlights, along with up-to-the-moment stats, standings, news, and more. Get the #1 app for live baseball. Download MLB At Bat today. Here's Sandy Leon, his first at bat. 2 homers, 11 RBIs, average under 200. Left side and off the glove of Urshela. And a base hit to put 2 on for Chavis. Gio Urshela, trying to make that play to his left, is 27 years old. Got him, the Yankees did, from Toronto last August. He's a .225 career hitter with Toronto and Cleveland. And as you said, with Andujar hurt basically for the year, had a short time active, it's been Urshela, and he's been fantastic.
Fantastic is an understatement. Career year at the plate. And that's just a bonus for a guy who is known really for an all glove, no bat type player, and a great glove defensively. Has thrust himself in the lineup. Even when the Yankees get at full capacity, he's going to be a major part. And I don't know that many people could have said that when the year started.
Two on, 2 out, bottom of the 7th, 10-run game, 2 strikes on Chavis, who homered at the end of, in essence, a crazy first inning, a 3-run shot to tie the ball game. This thing was 6-6 after 1. But except for the Jackie Bradley Jr. home run in the bottom of the 6th, it's been all Yankees since. They lead by 10.
It's been a weird last few years for this rivalry, the best in baseball. Normally there's all kinds of grind them out type games. There hasn't been a lot of close games between these two teams, which is weird because they're so good. And the Yankees have had the better end of it over the last 5 years as far as the matchups and wins. But as I said, that the prize the Yankees want, which they've represented every 10 years, every decade since 1920 or 16, a World Series appearance. This is their last opportunity in this decade to get to a World Series that we've become accustomed to. Oh, Yankees will definitely in every 10 years show up. So that's what they have going for their little streak of history.
Yeah, the Yankees with their 27 championships won 4 in 5 years between '96 and 2000. Sorry, John.
Yeah, it happens.
Their last win in a World Series came in '09 over Philly. Here's a high fly ball into left center field. Back at the wall. It is gone. More fireworks in London. And again, it's Michael Chavis with a 3-run home run. Having a jolly good time here in Great Britain.
Well, the funkiness of Cortez, that dropping down on a left-hander sidearm might have a better impact, but when he dropped down to a guy who's already a good off-speed hitter, he's shaking his head going, you know, it's a good thought when you go and do it, and then you give up a 3-run homer and you go, what was I thinking? 2 out 3-run homers in the same game, and they're going to probably come on the losing end.
Strike one on Bradley, who's 3 for 3. So in a stadium where they play football, we have a score that looks like football. Two different versions. 17-10. Man, this guy's got some power.
He does, especially on those breaking balls that he just got a good feel for it. And they keep throwing it to him.
Jackie spins out of there, and the count evens 2-2. Cortez now has allowed 4 runs. All on home runs, one by this man, and then the last hitter, Chavis. Yankees these days have a bullpen that features 4 left-handers as Tommy Kahnle gets loose, the right-hander. Hard hit, base hit. How about Jackie Bradley Jr. 4 for 4? And that'll be it for Nestor Cortez. That ball wasn't back to the infield before Aaron Boone came out of the dugout to call for Kahnle, with Mookie Betts coming up. Michael Chavis, 2-out 3-run shot in the first and a 2-out 3-run shot in the 7th. Pitching change here in London. Play ball park yesterday. A group of U.S. and U.K. former Invictus Games competitors attended an MLB adaptive baseball coaching session at Play Ball Park. Later, Commissioner Rob Manfred joined kids who played in the MLB Cup earlier in the week. So a lot going on here this week in and around Major League Baseball, in and around London, as Kahnle takes over. Deals with Mookie Betts, 1 on, 2 out, and there are the numbers for Kahnle, 37th appearance of the year.
Power fastball and changeup, 2 of the primary pitches. You see the walks to strikeouts, outstanding.
Oh. 2-0. Rafael Devers no longer in the game. He was replaced middle innings, and Marco Hernandez is in his spot. He's on deck. Well outside, 3-0. Seven-run game, 2 out. A man aboard and a 3-0 to Betts from Kahnle. None of them were close. I mean, it wouldn't take much more from the Boston Red Sox to feel a little better about the score in this game. Forget about tomorrow. It's a 7-run game. You've got Hernandez up with Xander Bogaerts to follow. If Hernandez can get on, Bogaerts could make it a 3-run game.
Well, like I said, the Red Sox certainly trying to finish this thing as strong as possible leading into tomorrow's game.
That gets away. The runners move up. There have been 5 bad pitches from Kahnle to start his night. Nestor Cortez Jr. went 3, allowed 4 runs on 5 hits, struck out 3, walked nobody, but allowed 2 home runs.
I don't know what the record is for most 2-out hits, especially 2-out RBIs, but I'm sure we got to be getting close. There's been a lot of 2-out hits in this 17-10 game.
Runners on at second and third. Marco Hernandez, who has dealt with 2 shoulder injuries and 2 surgeries, 2017 and 18. Looks at a strike. After the wild pitch advanced the runners to second and third. Had the game-winning RBI on Monday against the White Sox. Came up to the big club on June 8th. That is a diving stop by Gregorius. Base hit. Inning continues. A run scores.
Wow, what a play by Didi. The Yankees are going to want to maybe take a look at it, or at least ponder the thought of looking at it. But I thought he was safe when I first saw it live. This ball up the middle, and diving attempt. He gets up and throws the ball right on the money, but speed rewarded there.
Great play by Gregorius. And after rehabbing that arm, clearly safe. After Tommy John surgery, here we are with Xander Bogaerts.
Another 2-out hit. And the Red Sox are hoping to keep this going and create a little more stress for Aaron Boone and the bullpen. Get as many guys in there as possible.
Yeah, wear them out for tomorrow if nothing else. But if Bogaerts can touch one off here, it's a 3-run game. That run, by the way, is charged to Cortez. So 3 innings, 5 runs on 5 hits. A season high 28 combined runs in this game. And you get the feeling we're going to add to that. First and third. 2 out. Strike 2. Bogaerts has walked and scored, singled. And the bullpen is busy again with a right-hander, Adam Ottavino. For those who are seeing their first Major League Baseball game, either in the ballpark or at some point across the world, this is not the norm. This is not what we see day in and day out.
No, the game is filled with a lot of homers and strikeouts, but certainly not runs like this. These two offenses have made every pitcher's mistake pay.
Another 0-2 pitch to Xander Bogaerts from Canely. That is foul. And would have sent the tension meter up even more had that been a few more inches to the right. A new bat after that one broke. And I would imagine somebody here in the ballpark will walk away with that souvenir. So a new one for Bogaerts. And now the Red Sox have batted around twice in this game to match what the Yankees have done.
You mentioned earlier in the game the rate at which we were going to see the total pitches. We're over 350 so far.
0-2. Yankees have Sessa, Ottavino, Britton, and Chapman and Tarpley left in their bullpen. One, 2. spoiled it. By the way, Boston has Matt Barnes left in their pen. Marcus Walden, Brandon Workman. They've used Porcello, Brewer, Wright, Schwarren, Taylor, Brazier, Velasquez. One-two now from Canely. 2-2.
It's a great take. That's why Bogaerts has become one of the premier shortstop, combining average and power. Broken record tonight. 2 strikes, 2 outs, runners in scoring position. And there's the changeup that tumbles down. He lays off of it.
A full count, and the runner at first, Hernandez, will get a head start. Big power man. And the DH for the Red Sox, JD Martinez, is next. Runner goes. Ball 4. In to score Betts. And the Red Sox are 1 run closer. And that's it for Canely. This is hard to believe. And now we've had the most runs of any game in the major leagues, and I'll say it again, we're only in the 7th. Canely's gone. Ottavino will come in, and the Red Sox have batted around, and they have JD Martinez coming up. Michael Chavis, that in the 1st, this one in the 7th, a pair of 2-out 3-run shots. He has given the Red Sox hope. Welcome back to London and London Stadium. Look at that jumble of numbers. 17-18-0, 12-15-0, and now you've got JD Martinez, and we're only in the 7th, facing Adam Ottavino, and he could make it a 2-run game.
Yeah, Ottavino is tough on right-handers, throws across his body. He's got great stuff. But the rhythm of the pitchers tonight has not been good for really anybody.
That's into right field. 1 run scores. Going over to 3rd and running gingerly and maybe injured is Bogaerts. And it's a 4-run game with 2nd and 3rd on an RBI double by JD Martinez, but they're going to have to check on the terrific shortstop Bogaerts.
Well, this is just a great piece of hitting. On a fastball middle of the plate, he goes to right field. Normally this would score 2 runs easily, but as you mentioned, Bogaerts either cramping or protecting something right about there.
That's the lead runner. That's Hernandez, but going 1st to 3rd was Bogaerts, and now he's getting looked at.
Yeah, right when he hit second base, he had no chance he was thinking about scoring.
Here he is in the background, hopping up, ducked with that line drive.
Yeah, everything was looking good till right about getting to second base. He just knew that that was as far as he was going to be able to go. And again, maybe it's just a cramp.
Well, that cramp, I agree with you. That cramp just cost the Red Sox a run, because 2 runs would have scored. But thankfully for Boston, Bogaerts thinks he's okay. But now with the lopsided score, remember both teams have gone to their bench players.
Yeah.
And instead of Benintendi with second and third 2 out, it's Sam Travis.
Travis put on a home run display, by the way, in batting practice.
Breaking ball stays inside, ball 1.
He was, I happened to look up and say, wow, in batting practice, he was routinely leaving the yard.
This was a 17-6 game, and changes were made. Now it's 17-13 with second and third, and a 1-1 count on Travis instead of Benintendi. The numbers on the season for Travis, who again was added as the 26th active player because of this trip overseas. No Benintendi. Instead, it's Travis, and we'll see if this stays in play, and it will. And the inning is over. What a night at London Stadium. 17-13 after 7. We have had 4 half innings where a side has scored 6 runs. Each side 6 runs in the first. Eduardo Nunez takes over at shortstop, so that's not good. He takes over for Xander Bogaerts, and hopefully he's okay. By the way, the word on the injury to Luke Voit, the cleanup hitter for the Yankees, a core strain under the belly button area. That's why he left on this hot night in London in what is now a 4-run game. Gardner against Velasquez into center for a loud out number 1. The attendance tonight is 59,659. That's a sellout. The local time is 10:14. This game started at 6:10, so we're past 4 hours already. Velasquez misses up and in to LeMahieu, who's been his typical DJ LeMahieu sell, 4 for 5. Now hitting .344.
It's just amazing to watch this guy work. He's a guy that doesn't need to hit the first pitch all the time, doesn't need to be ahead in the count. He can hit with 2 strikes, hit behind in the count.
Velasquez, who shakes it off and gets to the bag. What a play. He got hit by that ball in the leg and still had the presence of mind to get over and cover.
Wow.
And LeMahieu's retired for just the 2nd time tonight. Watch this.
This is flush. Oh.
Maybe the back of the left leg.
Luckily.
I think I might have gotten him in the back of the knee. His left leg. At least that's what I saw the first time through.
And I'll tell you what, this has been hitter's paradise. This is squaring up balls that Brazier luckily gets a glove and makes a play. Here he finishes in a position where his backside, as you mentioned,
might have been just above the knee, like low hamstring.
The fact that he went on and just made the play at first is pretty impressive. They'll give him some warm-up throws and hopefully do. When you're pitching, you never want anything to affect your arm, meaning do something mechanically different that ends up putting stress or pressure on your arm.
And he's just off the IL. Has been dealing with a bad back. And by the way, this is the second highest scoring Yankees Red Sox game ever, and they're meeting for the 2,200th time here tonight. 31 runs in 09 is the record.
Oh, we got that tonight.
Yeah,
got it. We're in London. We got to set it. 2 more runs. Take care of that.
That play, in case you're wondering or care, is scored 1-3-1 off Velasquez to first. The feed by Chavis for the out.
Well, there's no feel-good losses. If the Red Sox are not able to totally come back and shock everyone with this victory, you know they got to feel a little bit better putting up 13 runs offensively, because this game was getting away so fast. It was humbling at 17-6.
Now I've got friends just texting me random stats. In 2007 in London, the Giants in the NFL beat the Dolphins 13-10. 2016, the Giants in London beat the Rams 17-10. So the Yankees have matched or outscored the Giants, and the game has had as many or more runs. Baseball to football. And we'll stay here to hear Sweet Caroline, which is a tradition that happens at Fenway.
Where it began, I can't begin to know, but then I know it's growing strong. Wasn't the spring, and spring became the summer. Who'd have believed you'd come along?
Leading off the Red Sox half of the 8th inning, third baseman, number 7, Christian Vasquez.
Well, this game gets into the bottom of the 8th, and Christian Vasquez is first up, and there was no education needed on the words to Sweet Caroline, even though they did have the words up on the scoreboards here. Neil Diamond, who wrote and recorded it. That's an international hit.
It is.
We're still going. Here's a 1-0. Will pop up into right off the bat of Vasquez, and Tauchman makes the routine play. Canley didn't get an out, allowed a hit, a couple of walks through 2 wild pitches, was charged with 2 runs. And Adam Ottavino got that final out after giving up an RBI double to J.D. Martinez. He got Sam Travis to foul out to first. Here's Sandy Leon.
Any kind of action happens in this inning. Britton warming up.
You think about the injuries that we've seen in this game. You don't know how the leg is for Velasquez, whose stuff was great. Coming right back and throwing 2 shutout innings. Brock Holt, like he may have re-aggravated the hamstring. He came out of this ball game. Luke Voigt was lost by the Yankees to a core injury. Xander Bogaerts coming out of this ball game after limping into third base on the ball hit by J.D. Martinez last inning. Here's a 1-2. Leon chops it to a wide open third base spot. And that thing just beat the shift.
Well, I promise this will be it for me, but that was more like a blocker in cricket than a biffer. That's what they look like in cricket when their ball almost beats them and they can slap it when nobody's over there. And Leon comes in and gets 2 hits. So biffers and blockers.
You are dangerous with time on your hands and long flights.
Yeah.
And internet service. 1 on, 1 out. Wow, over the head of Chavis, and coincidence or not, it's over the head of the guy who's hit 2 3-run home runs.
They did steal one of our terms in cricket, and that would be called chin music, and this is about as close as it gets.
That's just a breaking ball. It was lost out of the hand of Ottavino. One on, 1 out, 1-0 pitch. On the inside corner.
I'm still amazed. I mean, he's got 2 home runs. They've hit both home runs off of breaking balls. And no one has tried to challenge him upstairs with fastballs, where I believe is kryptonite.
That's outside. Well, the first home run was hit with Sanchez behind the plate. The second home run was hit with Austin Romine behind the plate. And now the count's 2-1 with Jackie Bradley Jr., who's got a 4-hit night going, waiting on deck.
That's where he struggles. 2 strikes. I wouldn't even mess around. I'd get the ball right back up there with a fastball. Enough velocity for Ottavino. I know his slider is a tremendous pitch for him.
And wants a reaction as he grabs the back of his right leg. Chavis caught by our cameras and our truck, but nobody in the dugout at least wanting to go out and check on him. They're out of bench players, by the way, the Red Sox.
Well, they've still got a couple athletes on the bench, pitchers.
Here we go. 2 on, 1 out.
And here comes Britton.
And with Bradley Jr. coming up, as John said, Zach Britton appears to be coming in as this crazy game continues on a hot night in London. Well, it will be Zach Britton into the ball game, and Jackie Bradley Jr. coming up, looking for his 5th hit of the night. Pitcher profile sponsored by Sprint. The ERA combined in this game is just under 40. The opponent's average 443. The pitchers used 14. Number 14 is Zach Britton. Total pitches 389. 15 extra base hits allowed, and the guy digging in has one of them, a home run back in the 6th.
What a night, but he's got his hands full with Britton. Tremendous sinking action on that two-seam fastball. It gets a lot of ground balls. And at times he can lose the strike zone because his ball moves so much. He gets one strike on the hitter, that's the goal, and then he starts making him chase pitches out of the zone. He just goes lower and lower and lower.
Ottavino went just 2/3 of an inning, allowing 2 hits and a walk. Bradley, first and second with only 1 out in the inning. We're in the 8th. Good swing by Jackie Bradley Jr. He was trying to make it a 1-run game in London.
Who would ever thought that you could potentially, if I'd have asked you, it's 17-6 as we see this foul ball, will you be able to say the tying run is coming to the plate? And you might.
We'll take one more base runner at the moment, with the reigning AL MVP on deck. Here's the 0-2. Good block by Romine. I'm not exactly sure what we're showcasing.
It's been amazing.
I mean, this game you don't see.
No, this is confusing if you're tuning in for the first time and you're thinking, all right, 20 to 30 runs a game.
That evens the count. 2-2. Aroldis Chapman is just starting his routine. Bradley waits. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 on, 1 out. Right side. Can they turn 2? Out at second and out at first, although we may have another look at that. Bradley immediately said he was safe.
Yeah,
he looks safe.
Yeah, they're going to challenge it. Either way, you challenge it. There's nothing you lose by challenging. Yeah, he's safe.
Looks safe to the naked eye, and if he is safe, it'll bring Betts up with runners at the corners and 2 out. When that ball hits the back of the glove, the foot's on the bag, in my opinion.
Yeah. So we get a chance at our first replay, and that's going to be a quick one.
The replay system, by the way, is here. It's out in the parking lot, and maybe we ought to have a traveling replay system. Yeah. That was quick. They just yelled out from the parking lot, "He's safe."
This is a good matchup here. Good low ball hitter for Mookie Betts, and I mentioned the sinking action of Britton, who does get a ton of ground balls. You saw one right there. The speed of Bradley keeps this inning alive. Here's been the formula for tonight's game. 2 outs, runners in scoring position. Teams have been coming through.
Goes down as a force out, 4-6. Gregorius did all he could, but Bradley beat the throw, and it's 1st and 3rd, 2 out. Mookie Betts. Blocked by Romine. Betts has struck out twice in this game, singled and scored, walked and scored. He is 1 for 4.
Again, just an awesome job by you once again. I stopped after the 3rd inning.
I have to keep keeping score. Time called at the plate by Romine. Betts waits and takes. You know, if Betts gets on instead of Devers, who's just scorching hot, it's Marco Hernandez on deck. There's no doubt that Alex Cora will be asked about those mid-game changes in what was then an 11-run game, but I mean, you can't have it both ways. If somebody goes down or gets hurt, and we've seen a few guys get hurt in what at the time was a lopsided game, then they come in and question why you kept guys in.
Yeah, I don't think that'll even be an issue when you think about the Yankees and what they have to offer at the pen. 11-run game. That's an easy decision for a manager on a team that's going to have to try to recoup play tomorrow either way.
Here's a 2-1. 3 balls and a strike is Britton. Got that first out, but now he is 1 pitch out of the strike zone.
And here's where Betts has always been pretty good. 3-1 to certain guys in the game. They're going to swing as soon as it comes out of a pitcher's hand. They're trying to do damage. I don't think that's the case with Betts, and he's certainly looking for 1 pitch over the middle where he can do damage. Otherwise, he'll take his walk.
And he does to bring up the tying run. We got to say it.
What'd you say? Say it one more time.
That walk brings up the tying run.
Wow.
And in Rafael Devers' spot, who was 2 for 4 with a pair of doubles and RBI and a run scored, it's Marco Hernandez, who's 1 for 1 with an RBI infield single and a run scored.
Might have to redo the base pass before tomorrow's game.
Bring in some more dirt. Strike 1. Strike 2.
That was nasty. That's the nastiest pitch he threw. It has such late movement. This thing just eats up left-handers. It doesn't look like much right there, but
Marco Hernandez has 1 big league home run. Right now he's just trying to make contact. This crowd's still in it. Chopped. Urshela got him to end the inning. And through all that, no run score. Yankees by 4 after 8. League series in London continues tomorrow as the Yankees and Red Sox meet again. Live at 10 a.m. Eastern on ESPN. Marcus Walden, the right-hander, is in for the 33rd time for the Red Sox. And he sizzles one in there for strike 1. Austin Romine's first at bat of the game. Gary Sanchez, well, he was in there 0 for 4 with a walk and a run scored. Hector Velasquez was terrific while he was in there. And now we'll see what Walden can do.
Get this guy in as many games as you can. 6-0. He might be just the luck the Red Sox need. Comes in the game, snatches a victory.
Romine almost walked right into that. Velasquez went 2 innings, allowed all zeros, no runs or hits, no walks, 3 strikeouts. To the right side, and a nice big hop comes up And the play is made by Hernandez, one away. Right now, the Red Sox have 2 left in their pen. Workman and Barnes. And for the Yankees, Chapman getting loose. Here's Gio Urshela. Made that last play, charged it, and got Hernandez by a step at first. As the Red Sox have now stranded 8. Here's one into left center field, back and down to the wall. Urshela with a 1-out double, and that is the 4th double out of the cleanup spot for the Yankees in their order tonight. 3 by Voit, who left with a core injury, and now Urshela's 1 for 2 with a double.
This guy's been amazing. He's been cooling off a little bit, but that's got to feel good to come in. He hit the bullet, if you remember, that Brazier caught, or he'd have 2 hits to his day. You know, it's so amazing about this game. Having been in the closer's role, there is no time at all you can check out mentally, meaning I'm not getting in this game. It's an 11-run game. And now Chapman's up, more than likely going to pitch the 9th unless there's a barrage of runs here again.
Right side and right at Hernandez off the bat of Gregorius, 2 down. It's like in match play in the other sport you love so much. You can never count on winning a whole thing and a guy's out of it.
Yep. So true.
And from under a tree, skipping off the top of a lake onto a green, make a putt, and all of a sudden you get the old reversal.
That must have happened to you. I mean,
multiple times.
Pretty graphic on the description there.
Yep. It's never happened to you?
Oh yeah, there's life lessons for me on the golf course.
Here's Encarnacion, runner at third, 2 out.
By the way, I've thoroughly enjoyed my time. I've traveled about 700 miles since I got here Monday. Got a chance to play golf here. I know you played some golf. There's some tremendous sights that I would just, if you haven't been, you got to come check out England and London.
So good.
Pretty cool to see the history. You know, our country just doesn't, it's not old enough. Doesn't have a lot of old buildings.
Yeah, it's pretty special over here. It's been a fun week for everybody involved. What a block by Leon. That saved a run. That was magical.
Breaking ball, shifts his body.
Two balls and a strike on Encarnacion, who has struck out 4 straight times to the plate. RBI double his first time. 2-2. 6-run first for the Yankees, 6-run first for the Red Sox, 6-run fourth for the Yankees. And after a 3-run fifth for New York, 1 run in the 6th, and 6 runs in the 7th for Boston. And it's 17-13. Here's a 2-2. Full count. On deck is Hicks. Only bench player left for the Yankees is Thairo Estrada, who's their 26th active player for this series. That strikeout sends this game into the bottom of the 9th. Yankees up by 4 at London Stadium. Can't do a game in London without a little Benny Hill music. By the way, Benny Hill would have had my vote for the mascot race.
For sure.
Instead, we had the Loch Ness Monster, which was an interesting choice. That race was won by Freddie Mercury earlier in the game, and Aroldis Chapman tries to nail this thing down for the Yankees. No save. First up is Nunez. Tried to jump on that first pitch, fouled it back, strike one. Nunez, then JD Martinez, and then Sam Travis. These spots were occupied by Bogarts and Benintendi. First and third hitters due up for the Red Sox in this ninth inning when the game started. Here comes an 0-1.
Well, Chapman doesn't throw as hard as he once did. Routinely over 100 miles an hour. He'll throw his slider more now, even though he can still rush it up there.
Broken bat, 2 hops, Urshela, 1 out. And the batter will be JD Martinez. If it stands, Green gets the win. They'll go to 2-2. Stephen Wright will suffer the loss. They'll go to 0-1. In a game that's well over 4 hours long, 30 runs, 36 hits, and amazingly not an error on the board. Ball 1. Martinez tonight been on base 3 times. RBI double his last time, and now he's on with a 1-out single in the ninth.
I'll tell you what, he's starting to heat up. He's starting to look that he had last year when he single-handedly, I would call him the best supporting actor for MVP type Mookie Betts. So he's looking better. He's dominated left-handed pitchers this year. They're going to have to dial British Columbia to keep this game going, or South Dakota to win it. 6:04 or 6:05 to end the last 3 innings for the Red Sox.
That's the area code game, kids, for those of you just joining us.
Just to put a bow on it, to finish what has been a historic game.
Many firsts. And in some cases, hopefully a few lasts.
Yeah.
The 37 hits now, a season high for a 9-inning game this year in baseball. Sam Travis takes a strike, a ball and a strike. Travis 0 for 2. Benintendi, while he was in this spot, went 0 for 3. Vasquez is next. 1-1 pitch with a runner at first, 1 out. Hard hit, what a play. Gregorius out, bare hand, game over. What a play between Gregorius and Torres. And fireworks light the sky above London Stadium as the Yankees win it 17-13. Well, in a game that hasn't featured any errors, these fans that have remained or are watching on television in, let's say, new parts of the world watching Major League Baseball just saw a beauty.
Yeah, they sure did. You know, higher score game that we're used to, but nonetheless, in the history books, And who knows what the future holds on how many different times we'll be able to showcase American baseball over here. Truly a very interesting game, one that I've never seen a first inning like that personally, and having 2 starters get knocked out without injury in the first inning.
In a game that lasted 4 hours and 42 minutes long, 3 minutes short of being the all-time longest 9-inning game between the Red Sox and the Yankees. Yankees win. Boston now 10 back in the AL East of New York. Let's go down to Ken Rosenthal.
Thanks, Joe. Brett, 30 runs in this game. Was it the offenses? Was it the stadium? Was it this hemisphere? What happened?
Maybe this country, this town, I don't know, but obviously it was a lot of fun. Obviously we're happy to come out on the winning end, but you know, I don't think it was the ballpark. I mean, there wasn't any cheap homers in center field, really. I mean, guys hitting the ball all over the field. I don't think I've ever seen a game with this many runs and this many hits and neither team making error. I mean, just clean baseball, but guys just hitting the ball and keeping the line moving. So, you know, I thought we did a great job of being resilient even once we gave up that lead early, trying to come back and get the lead and keep adding on. Hard-fought win, but a lot of fun.
Overall, first game in Europe, what was the experience like?
It was wonderful. I mean, I didn't really know what to expect with the stadium. I haven't been looking the last few days or last few weeks to see what it was going to look like. I wanted it to be a surprise yesterday, so I was just blown away. Beautiful venue, and the fans are great, and it's been a lot of fun.
Brett, thanks very much. Joe, back to you.
All right. Brett Gardner with a big moment. The beloved Yankee with a 2-run shot in the 3rd. And there's the final. 37 hits, 30 runs, 17 of the 30 belonging to the Yankees. The winner green, the loser right. For Pete Macheska, our producer, Matt Gangle, our director. For Kenny and John, I'm Joe. Kevin, Frank, and A-Rod coming up on the other side of the break. Yankees win it